Tux, are you there?
All right, ready to start.
Let's do it. Hold on a sec. Wait, how do I stop the music?
Oh, I got you.
All righty. Yeah, ready when you are. No special guests today, unless
Nope.
we find
But
somebody
it's
during the
already
show.
live. This is like a pre-intro.
Okay, we are live. Let's run the intro.
Let's do it.
You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty. What's going on? We got a new background here. Oh wait, no, because my camera's off. Why is the what's the new background on the video?
Oh, it's just an animated background, I guess.
Okay.
So you didn't
Very
like
cool.
it, so.
All right. We're upgrading. How's it going, man?
It's going.
What's new?
Cake stuff, I guess.
Cake stuff?
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming up through the pipeline very, very soon.
What kind of, can you give us any hints? Get the
some
people excited.
Monero code, improved Monero libraries, which will enable us to do lots of other things, like add a proper Tor integration just built into the app right there. And also allow us to add Monero.
Okay.
Which I know some people
Very
are excited
cool.
about.
So proper Tor integration as well, you said?
That is correct. So Cake will have its own Tor daemon built in, which you could just turn on from inside the app.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Were you pushing that initiative?
I was definitely testing it hard and making sure there was absolutely no leaks.
Fantastic, man. Now, you're going to MoneroCon, right? Or what's going on with that?
I am. Yeah, that's correct. I will be there. I'll be doing a workshop. So
that's exciting. What's your workshop going to be?
It's going to be on Graphene OS, kind of like I did at Monerotopia last year.
Yeah. Okay. That's very exciting. Yeah, I'm hoping I can make it to MoneroCon. Obviously, that's my intent, but I got a lot going on in my non-crypto life right now. So I'm trying to balance it. And, if anything, I would just run over there for Friday, Saturday, and head back Sunday.
Yeah, it's definitely a bigger trip, but
it is, and I do not want to miss it. I mean, with everything that's going on right now, with Luke doing amazing things.
That first day, 11 a.m., Luke Parker's giving a talk on full chain membership proofs.
Yeah. I can't miss what's going to be taking place there. So really going to try and hoping to have 2 nodos in hand. That is the goal. 2 working nodos. We were hoping to have a bunch that we could then even sell there, but that's not going to happen. But at least to have 2 working ones in hand and then shipping them out soon after that. That is the goal. What else do we want to bring up? What do we need to talk about? Monerotopia, guys. Tux, let's bring up Monerotopia real quick. Monerotopia. Grab your tickets. Happening in Mexico City in November. It's going to be 4 days instead of 3. It's going to be amazing. Tux, we got you for Monerotopia, right? What's going on with that? Or too far away?
Yeah, for sure. Nah.
Okay, for sure. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
Prague's farther than Mexico City is for me.
okay.
So.
Sweet. Yeah, we're hearing that from a lot of people. So it's gaining momentum. Reach out if you want to participate in any way. Monerotopia@protonmail.com. If you're not an asshole, we will figure out how to work with you. And if you're doing things in the privacy tech liberty space, we're open to all.
Got some staple names already.
Yeah, we do, and we haven't even really pushed it too much yet because we're balancing a lot of other things right now. One that I haven't added that just confirmed is Lola. I'm sure you've seen her on Twitter. Lola Leitz. She's always dropping amazing information with regards to privacy tech, and really, she's an independent journalist. She's always at the forefront with anything that's going on in terms of the government's crackdown on privacy tech. She's at the forefront. Been trying to get her to do an interview for a really long time, but she's anon, but she's agreed to be a speaker at Monerotopia. She's going to be remote, so she can maintain her anonymity. But this is the first talk that I know of. I don't know if she's done others, but very excited to have her. And I think she's going to be doing a talk on how the FATF and the FAFA and how it relates to the Samurai wallet and the Tornado cases. So very cool. We talk about the Financial Action Task Force a lot on this show. Uri Bednar was kind of the first person that opened my eyes and a lot of people's eyes to what's going on with that. This entity that meets and creates these, comes up with these rules that then the vast majority of governments end up adopting. This very powerful entity with no elected officials has quite a big amount of influence on the world and in crypto in particular. So she's going to be doing a talk on that. Very excited. And we got a bunch more, but I'll leave it at that for now. The other thing is Copa Monero. That is still full steam ahead. I don't know. Do we have is the Copa Monero website? See if copamonero.com is up, Tux. I don't know.
Yep, it's from here. Yep, here we go.
Okay, it is up.
Very nice.
All right, Copa Monero is up. The first game. Why don't we go ahead and play that? Can you go ahead and play that video? Make that big thing. This is Monero Town, Iberete, in Formosa, Argentina, which I visited. There's Monero Stadium. These are the teams that will be playing Copa Monero. There's a lot of effort going into this, guys. It's going to be... Oh. All right. Yeah, so it's going to be 12 teams that are competing. They're going to play in 15 games. The first game is set to happen during MoneroCon on Saturday evening. So, I think if you scroll down, do we have the schedule up or scroll up? We have the schedule. So, oh yeah, there we go. If you could, I don't know if you can enlarge that. So yeah, we have the first game is set to be Saturday, June 8th. So we're gonna stream. It's gonna be streamed live for anybody to watch anywhere. All Copa Monero games will be streamed live. But the first one we're actually gonna debut at MoneroCon. So we're gonna show it in the main stage. It's gonna be at the end of the day of the talk. So we won't be interrupting the conference at all. I think it's gonna happen in Prague time. It's gonna be around like 8 p.m., maybe 9 p.m. I'm not exactly sure. And so people can, watch it there that are at MoneroCon. And then the finals is going to be streamed live at Monerotopia. But all the games will be streamed on the Monero Talk YouTube channel. We hired a company that's going to be professionally filming and streaming these. They do this for sporting events in Argentina. We're having an announcer who's going to be, I think it's going to be primarily in Spanish, but should be pretty cool and exciting. And yeah, it's a big deal because it's bringing attention to Monero Town. We've talked about Ibarrete quite a bit on the show. And now the Copa Monero grew out of this effort to basically build on the momentum that's already happening there in this town. So there's going to be a Monero prize to the winning team. So the 12 local teams that are competing know that there's a Monero prize at the end. I think we have it at 10 XMR now, but we're going to open up a Kuno to raise more funding so people can donate directly to increase the prize and donate to Copa Monero itself, because we're putting about $10,000 into this effort when all is said and done. We have to hire security for the games. There's quite a few fees that came up. It's not as simple as just having some guys jump on a field. Yeah, pay the referees. I mean, this is a legit little soccer tournament we have going on here. Like I said, we hired this professional company to film it. So there was some money that went into this. We'll be covering it from the Monerotopia conference. So anybody who's a big sponsor of Monerotopia will also automatically become a sponsor of Copa Monero and will be given a Copa Monero team. So if you want to scroll down to the teams once again, each one of those teams will have a sponsor. So if you want to sponsor a Monerotopia, a Copa Monero team, reach out to us, monerotopia@protonmail.com. But yeah, so right now, all right, we have Cake Wallet, we have Xano. We'll be adding Basic Swap. We'll be adding a bunch more. All teams will be sponsored by the end for sure. So reach out if you want to be one of the team sponsors, and then during the game, obviously, we'll be highlighting that sponsor throughout the game. So it should be exciting. It should be very exciting, and we're hoping to build a lot of momentum here. So if you have any ideas, you want to help in any way, I mean, I think the best way to help is to just promote it, get the word out, guys, and participate, watch the games. I'm told there may be some gambling happening on the side. Obviously, that won't be officially affiliated with Copa Monero in any way, but I'm hearing that some people are. Yeah, in Monero, there's a gambling website. I don't know if they're based in Argentina, but it's one that's used there. I heard they might be adding Copa Monero to their website, so you'll be able to go gamble on the games with Monero. Once again, not associated with Copa Monero directly, but hey, if gambling websites out there want to add the Copa Monero games and they have Monero as a way to gamble, by all means. So if that happens, we'll certainly bring attention to it and bring attention to that company that's doing that. But yeah, should be good stuff. That's all I got for now.
Awesome.
But yeah, let's kick it off. We'll do price report. No special guests today, unless we end up pulling somebody up.
I might have pulled someone in from the background chat, so we'll see.
Okay, who's that?
Probably Nihilist.
All right.
Some tutorial guides on how to use Rito Haveno. So yeah, but let's go ahead and jump into price report.
Let's do it
with Bawdy.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Local Monero. Avoid using KYC exchanges. Buy and sell Monero directly for fiat, peer-to-peer.
Good morning. Good morning.
GM.
Bawdy, what's going on, man?
I was chilling, enjoying a lovely Saturday morning, as they all are.
Nice. Well, hopefully you're still enjoying it.
It's hilarious because gambling is how all this got started in Formosa. Like these guys started out gambling and they're like, man, they're not really down with the Bitcoin and the transparency, so they had to go to Monero.
Exactly. Then they started a little WhatsApp group where they were trading fiat for Monero to gamble on it. So yeah, we're trying to build off that momentum.
These guys haven't figured out. I guess you wouldn't ideally use WhatsApp for that, but like they have their own local Monero, like in their own local community, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it organically started.
Latin America is all WhatsApp. I don't know why, but everyone here just loves WhatsApp.
Everybody's WhatsApp. Like it's like if you're communicating with an abuela or like whatever it is, everybody's on WhatsApp down there. It's like unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
When in Rome, or as they say.
Oh, that's another thought too. We'll be posting a little documentary we made of my trip there. It's like an hour long. We paid somebody from the town to actually put the video together. It's pretty much complete. We'll be posting that soon. So that's pretty cool. You can see what the experience was like in Monero town.
Sweet. Well,
how are things going in Priceland, man? I haven't really been paying close attention to price. I got to be honest. What is going on? Is there any action, or it's just kind of
there's been some lines broken, a little bit of optimism. Obviously, Bitcoin's about to break 1 million pretty soon, probably like anywhere between 1 month and never.
Bro, I'm saying tomorrow. Come on, have some faith here.
I hear Dero. I hear Dero's about to skyrocket. I hear Dero's about to take off.
We're actually going to cover that. I don't know. Luke must have he must be one of 3 triplets or something that are all genius.
I know. What is this stuff? This guy is my freaking hero. Oh my god, he unbelievable.
Well, I'll do some full chain membership proofs, but in my spare time, I'll just find the flaws with Dero and expose their bad practices. Like, and then they're like complaining.
I'm just picturing him on his computer, like, it's just like.
And then they're complaining at him, like, why haven't you wrote the full exploit to de-anonymize the whole chain in a script to make It's like, bro, I just showed you, I just de-anonymized a few transactions. Like, here's your proof of concept. Write your own goddamn script.
And then at the same time, he complains that he didn't properly disclose when he attempted to multiple times. Clearly.
Yeah, we've got that here on our second tab today. And then we'll take a look at what Dero Price did after that.
That guy who's out there tweeting about it. I don't know. What's his name? What's his screen name?
I don't remember. I'm always surprised at how many Dero people are out there.
Well, the guy that made the bet with Luke, and then Luke de-anonymized his transaction.
24.
He's the worst individual on the internet right now. He is such a piece of shit, this guy. And he's still out there now tweeting Dero, like, oh, this is good for Dero. Monero people are scam. He's calling Luke a scammer. Like, what the fuck?
Bags and bias.
It's pretty funny.
God. It's hard to watch.
Definitely cover that on the news segment.
Yeah, so anybody who's out there who's into Dero, I understand you got wrapped up in things, and that's cool, follow the tech. But realize, don't get brainwashed by these freaking fools. That being said, we may have Dero at Monerotopia because I actually spoke to somebody in the community yesterday. We had a call planned, and then Luke literally nuked Dero like an hour before the phone call. So I was like, holy shit. But yeah. Welcome to if they want to come and act like gentlemen or gentle ladies, come and present their tech and be a sponsor, right? We justify this by them being a sponsor. So you're contributing to the privacy tech space. You're contributing to Monero and Monerotopia by being a sponsor, helping making the conference possible. We'll draw the line somewhere. We're not going to let you just come talk about any old crap. But Dero, for the fact is, there's a large, decent. I don't know how large, but there's a group of people out there that are very much into Dero. There's, people that are making claims about it. Obviously, we know that there's some vital flaws, but if you want to come talk about it, present it, air it out in the open, you will be highly criticized. You're going to get questioned. But maybe what comes out of that is the building of some respect for the project if there is anything legitimate about it. So, yeah, you're still welcome to participate in Monerotopia.
Sell your Dero. Sponsor Monerotopia.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like the guy I talked to yesterday, he was saying, so they think that Dero was started by Thankful for Today. I was like, okay, I don't know. There's all these like stories in Dero land. I mean, there's some pretty hardcore believers apparently. I never really stopped to take a good look at it. I'll be honest with you, but mostly because I saw the trolling and the fucking craziness. I was like, these guys come across like a bunch of scammers. But I don't know if there's any legitimacy in their tech whatsoever. I mean, do you guys know? Are they doing anything interesting that?
I had an idea about Monero scaling and homomorphic encryption. So Dero's claim to fame is homomorphic encryption. Apparently it's not really like robust in certain ways. At least that's what I read from. Yeah, exactly. It's not like, but I had an idea about, so we had my Monero for a long time, and let's suppose that Monero does scale. Let's suppose we do 100x or 1000x more transactions per day, right? Let's suppose we're doing like 2 million transactions a day. And there's still going to be a bit of a problem on mobile in terms of scanning all the blocks. So I had this idea, could homomorphic encryption be used to send an encrypted version of your private view key to, let's just say, Cake Wallet, and then Cake Wallet performs some set of operations, again, homomorphic operations, where you're picking out blocks or transactions for people that match, but you don't know which transactions, or you don't know necessarily which blocks. There'd have to be some kind of like obfuscation, like you'd have to probably encrypt the transactions before performing those operations so that you didn't know which transaction was what, on your own servers. It's kind of like a fanciful idea at the moment. I spent maybe an hour kind of trying to think about it, but I thought, hey, maybe we could actually provide a centralized service, which probably you'll just be a money laundering money transmitter. But that aside, could a central service be provided where you're using homomorphic encryption and a private view key to pick out transactions for users and then just serving up those transactions to them?
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff like that could potentially be enabled by homomorphic encryption. For something like that, though, personally, I'm more bullish on the new view key. I think that'll like.
Are they crypto node based in any way, Dero?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Because this guy, I mean, this guy's claiming they're claiming that Thankful for Today was part of Dero. I see techleaks24 is running a space on Twitter. Is that happening now? Let's get him on Monerotopia. Somebody wants to go out there and message him, tell him he can jump on.
You could literally join as a guest on a stream right now.
Yeah, you could come up. Well, we're welcome to have you as long as you don't act like a freaking jerk. You're more than welcome to come up on stage. Tell us your story. How you got how you stole $10,000 from Luke, by the way. I mean, that's the shittiest part of this. This guy.
Wait, how much is Dero worth? He said 10,000 Dero, which is
10,000 Dero. Like, so what is that? It's like
$25,000. Would have been 30,000 yesterday, but stuff happened.
All right. Well, it might only be a few bucks if you give it a few more days.
We unfortunately see this a lot in a lot of projects. And in a lot of ways, this is a way you can tell a legitimate project from a bullshit project. Do they pay out the people? Do they pay out their bug bounties that they post? So many projects do not pay out bug bounties, and they're like, "Oh, it's not a real bug," or "Oh, this was already known," or come up with some lame excuse.
Sorry, I'm just looking. I'm looking to see if he's actually giving a space. Oh, he is. Yeah, he's in a spaces right now. Yeah, guys, try to get him on. If anybody wants to jump in that spaces and tell him to come over to Monerotopia, we'll bring him up on stage. All right, Bawdy, take it away.
Okay, let's go to let's start with the Monero price. So this is kind of the long-term chart. We're looking at the 2-day here. You'll notice that we had we were just lowering, and like the compression of volatility was happening until that delisting. But at the moment, things are basically back in that same range, right? We're back up to $136 as of today, which is effectively in the same range that we've been in for 2 years now. So that's a good sign. They hit us with a sledgehammer, well, in terms of price, but obviously nothing changed with the network. But they really did try and achieve maximum price fuckery with that delisting, and we're getting like really, really close to full recovery here. The most beautiful thing about this chart would be if we just continue to stair step slowly back up into the range here, and overall that basically that delisting meant nothing for price. That would kind of be my ideal scenario. In a lot of in some ways, I do think it's good and better if our price doesn't have massive volatility. It would be better for cryptocurrency overall to be slowly adopted with steadily rising price, with that helps merchants, that helps adoption, that helps real world usage, because no one wants to think, hey, I'm going to get paid in Monero next week, but damn, I hope I hope that it doesn't jump 2x in price before I get paid, or vice versa. I paid someone and now it jumped 2x in price, and I could have paid half as much. That kind of action really, really does lead to just degenerate gambling. Like that's the kind of thing that it tends to produce. So and obviously that's probably something that the cabal would love. That's one thing I think they have induced a lot of this volatility, whether that's for their own gain because they're like crypto insider cabal, or whether they're like deep state entities that want to sort of wreck the potential for digital freedom money, and then distract you with things like number go up, and then cloak it in things like in things like value preservation, right? And number go up, right? Okay, so anyways, you're kind of seeing here that Monero is getting just back into the bottom of these orange bands. I wouldn't say that we're necessarily out of the danger zone yet. Like in terms of the technical analysis, I wouldn't say we're exactly out of the danger zone yet here, because we've come back up to this orange zone. In a lot of cases, you can see where it'll tag that and then come back down. This might actually be a good indication, or a good moment where it's like a good illustration of where your technical analysis can break down specifically for reasons of what's happening in the fundamental market, or what's happening psychologically, right? The delisting, and then probably whatever fuckery was going on with price in the background there, because that these guys knew about the delisting ahead of time, and that there were certain people that probably took large advantage of that. So this is a good example of where technical analysis might not be as strongly suited for for an asset. So everything has its limitations. Just know what you're dealing with when you're looking at technical analysis. In the line of technical analysis, we broke this nice little pleb line here over the past week. Really, we broke it. I think it was last week that we broke it, but we continue to hold above it. So that's a good sign. We also are seeing a little bit of a rebound now on the Monero XMR BTC price. Things were good as Bitcoin was going down, and then Bitcoin, we'll look at this in a second, but Bitcoin decided to take a little bit of a pump this past week. So obviously, if Bitcoin's going to go up, we're going to see the reverse action in XMR BTC, but that's true of basically all crypto, right? As the crypto market cap goes up, as total goes up, the ratio of XMR BTC goes down. That's just how that game is played. So this is still basically, as we've talked about, a very long-term bottoming pattern. We are still very much looking at some point to rebound at least to these lower lines. That's almost certainly going to happen at some point. So it's a matter of when. I'm still, we're still kind of looking for tail risk increases. We're still kind of far off away from that. We had some macro signals that were a bit confused. Last week, they started getting a bit confused. So maybe at some point here, we're going to try and call a top. I think that it's very possible that we're getting somewhere close to a top, but at the moment, things are still looking a little bit optimistic, even if the signals are slightly confused. This is an XMR versus Ethereum. We've actually had a significantly better rebound versus Ethereum, 30%. Still this thing, we've got a long way to go. Another 30% really to at least tag what would be a reasonable resistance, would be resistance. So yeah, I mean, we're still keeping an eye on that. Maybe we could look at the XMR dominance. We haven't looked at that in a while. So XMR dominance, this is on the weekly. This is actually, believe it or not, most coins, their dominance against crypto basically goes down forever because there's always new cryptos being released and there's always new bullshit out there. So pretty much every coin has their dominance go down forever. And that might even be true of Bitcoin. We'll have to wait and see for the next bull market and see how things unfold. As bad as ETH is looking against Bitcoin right now, we'll take a look at that in a second. But I tend to think that ETH is going to have a big comeback if there's some big bull market. But at any rate, Monero kind of looks to, again, also here on the dominance chart, be forming a little bit of a bottoming pattern. Things have finally chilled out enough to form some lower standard deviation bands on the short-term timeframes. So again, this also looks like something that in a reasonable world, in a sane world, Monero would tag the underside of this of these long-term lower standard deviation bands. So we'll see if that can actually happen or not. Who knows? I think it will probably eventually, and that'll probably be correlated to some sort of pullback in the markets. Here we're looking at the price divergences, and nothing to see here. Everything basically oscillating around the 0 point. Even Poloniex has somehow found it in their hearts to stop fucking with the price so badly and pushing it down to -5, -10% like they usually are. So I'm not sure what's wrong. Maybe Justin's son caught COVID or something like that. You know, maybe he's sick and just hasn't had time to fuck with the Monero price. Only he would know. So anyways, things looking kind of boring on that front, and boring on this chart is good. Let's take a look at that Luke Parker tweet where he talks about the de-anonymization of Dero. So I don't understand exactly. This shit's too smart for me. But apparently he's done something and effectively proven it, how they broke the privacy. In my mind, this whole thing with Dero, the biggest takeaway from this for me is that, as I've told you guys before, I'm a pleb. Maybe I'm an advanced pleb, right? I can do some cool math stuff here and there. But I'm not a dev. I'm not a cryptographer. I'm not at that level. So what do I do for judging projects? I look at things like their best practices and the peripheral signs of what they're doing as a project. Dero, early on, first of all, they spent an entire year where their code was closed and no one could see it, and they were running a production network that they were encouraging people to use. And then one thing that they did, as Monero was developing bulletproofs and still waiting on the completion of the math audit, Dero integrated bulletproofs into their code, into their production code before the completion of the math audit. That's not just like, in some cases you're like, well, that's not best practices. This is a horrible practice. Like, that's horrible fucking practice. You don't do that, especially when you're rolling your own crypto. Like, rolling your own crypto is one of the most difficult things that you can do. And Dero doesn't have a big team of people that are reviewing all this stuff. I think it's just one or two guys. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but I don't want to say it's just one guy. I'm sure they'll come in and be like, we got all these other developers. Like, okay, UX aside, right? Developing the wallet and correcting typos on the GitHub doesn't count as development. And I would levy that same criticism at Bitcoin in a lot of ways. Although they do have a very large developer base, don't get me wrong. But their protocol, the people that actually can sign off on protocol level changes in Bitcoin are fairly small. But in terms of Dero, they really don't have, at least maybe they got some new ones, but for a long, long time, they didn't have hardly any devs at all. So it's like you guys integrated a new crypto protocol or a new crypto thing. You're rolling your own crypto and the math audit isn't even done. This is a peripheral sign. This is a bad practices sign. And it's like, I can't go review your code and your crypto, but I do know what best practices look like. And that's not it, bros. And also, y'all don't have enough developers. So you know what? I'm just going to stay away from this protocol. Maybe if you want to leverage it for some degen trading or whatever, sure. Okay, right. Like I get that there's plenty of projects and most of them are just utter crap and they still go up in price a lot. That's fine. But in terms of like, is this going to be a good project? Should we should we get involved with it? Should we give it our time, effort, and attention? Man, no, like not when you do crap like that. Not when you integrate bulletproofs before the math audit is done. That just tells me you're probably taking shortcuts all over the place. And that's just the one that we saw, right? You shake a haystack and a needle falls out. You wonder how many other needles might be in that haystack. So anyways, yeah, that happened with Dero, and they had a little bit of a price drop recently as a result of that. Just a mere 60%.
I think we got Tech Leaks is going to be joining us actually, Bawdies.
Okay, cool. Well, maybe he can respond to that.
Yeah,
I know it's a little bit harsh, bro, but like, come on, like that deserves.
It's not harsh. It's not harsh at all, man. It's not harsh.
I mean,
it's
just the truth. Sometimes, sometimes. But anyways, yeah. So their price took a bit of a tumble to the tune of about 60% here. This chart doesn't look like a very good chart to me. I I think I remember we were talking about, yeah, actually it was a month or two ago. Someone asked about Dero, and I said, yeah, I mean, unless you've got some inside information, it's hard to say that you know if this chart's going to break out or not. And then like the next week, in the span of 1 week, it pumped to the tune of a little over 2x, and now it's coming right back down again, right? So this thing has gone all the way from the top here, and has basically rode the bottom, even as plenty of other coins are up to a significant degree and off of their lows to a significant degree. This thing looks like it wants to break down here even further. So personally, this isn't the time for bravery. And again, unless you have inside knowledge, inside information, you just know that Justin.
What do you think it will go down to? Like, what are the charts showing? Like, where would it likely?
Let's take a look at some wave. I always like to use wave magic for that kind of stuff. Let's go to the daily so we can get some more clear lines. Yeah, maybe it could probably go down all the way here to 0.82 cents. It looks like.
Wow. What was this high?
This chart a bit more.
$30. No.
Sorry, 1 second. High made it to $26. Currently sitting at about 90% down off its all-time highs from 2021. This thing certainly does look in a lot of ways like it wants to break down. Like it came down here, tried to form a bottom, pumped. It's flirting with these lower standard deviation lines. It pumped to those, a very prominent area, very prominent statistical area, and then came right back down here. So Dero chart is currently in danger of the bottom falling out to another 60% potentially down to 80 cents. There's also, like, if you're really optimistic, you would maybe try and call this area right here in red. You would maybe try and say, hey, they could find some support down there, which would be a little bit coincidental with the lower standard deviation bands. Yeah, I mean, if I was just going to degen trade this thing, I would probably be looking for this area as an opportunity for a swing trade. There's probably going to be other opportunities as well on the way down. Maybe these red bands right here. Wave magic doesn't always like work perfectly well when you're in kind of free fall situations. But yeah, I mean, that's what Dero's looking like. Hopefully, I hope TechLeak heard some of my criticisms about including bulletproofs, and maybe he can tell us what their developer situation looks like. But bro, like including you're rolling your own crypto, that's really dangerous, and we have to do it in crypto. But you should be using best practices. So please tell me why I'm wrong on that one.
Yeah, he's backstage now, so we can bring him up. Do we want to do this now, or you got more price report, Bawdy?
Yeah, I've got.
Okay, do your thing.
Here. We got to look at silver. There was some cool silver stuff going on. Okay. Oh, let's take a look at Xano as well. Unfortunately, Xano is also like experiencing quite its own dip here. I say unfortunately, but I mean, this is a brand new coin. So if you didn't catch that Xano wave on the first one and you're like interested to speculate on the latest privacy coin, it's looking like you'll probably have an opportunity to do that here in the near future. Maybe this moving average right here, this is probably a good area to scoop some up. This is the kind of play, guys, like do not put fucking like 20 or 30% of your net worth into Xano. It could work out for you. Okay, it could work out for you. If your net worth is like, $1,000, then okay, maybe you'll put a couple $100. But if your net worth is in the six figures plus, do not put a shitload of cash onto this coin. This is a new coin. This is a cool project. We like it. We like the guy that's leading it. But this is the kind of thing you put a percent onto. You put a couple percent onto. Maybe even up to 5% if you're crazy. But anyways, yeah, you might have the opportunity to pick some Xano up here. And when you do it, like if you're going to do that, I would say just hold it for a long time. Just plan to hold it for like a year or two at least. These are the kinds of coins that can go from something low and do 100x in the next kind of like broadly bullish scenario. So that would be my thinking on this coin. Probably worth some small allocation, and then that small allocation could actually become some significant percentage of your stack in a very positive situation. Right now,
once again, Xano will be at Monerotopia this year. That's confirmed, so that should be cool. The team will be there.
Most excellent.
Looking if Dero joins as well, that should be some interesting interaction. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear too. If there's like conversations between DarkFi and Dero,
Oh, okay, there you go.
Maybe Rachel O'Leary has some things.
DarkFi, yes, they'll be participating as well at Monerotopia.
So let's take a look. Before we talk about Bitcoin, let's talk about silver and gold. No, just kidding. Actually, let's finish off with crypto first. Okay, so yeah, Bitcoin actually had a little bit of a pump this week, as we talked about 10%. That's nice. Was it 10% this week? Yeah, we're on an 8-hour chart here, so that's looking pretty good. It broke the sort of the main pleb line down here. Although, don't necessarily be fooled. We kind of saw the same action here, where this pleb line was broken and then things fell to the bottom side. Maybe we can go to the daily. The daily charts are usually better about. Yeah, you can kind of see this break was weakness. It broke it. It fell back below. It broke it, and then it looked like it was going to sustain, and then just the bottom came out. So this actually is looking ever so slightly more clean in terms of the break of that line. You had the first day it broke. The second day it went down, but it stayed above the line, right? It wicked down into the line and then closed higher, and then immediately followed with the next green candle. This is kind of what we were talking about last week in terms of how does price action unfold, and you can get sort of an intuition about what's strength and what is not strength. In this case, this price action looks a little bit like strength. I'm not saying that the next leg up to 100K is incipient or anything, but this definitely has a little bit of a feel, a little bit more strength than previously. At the same time, I would look at this chart and I would tell you that this upper standard deviation bands right here is probably going to pose some kind of resistance. In fact, if the situation was going to be bullish, I would want to see price responsibly wait just a moment here, like, come up into this area, have some problems, maybe bounce above, kind of rest down here, say, okay, things are looking good, and then start to move to the upside. That would be reasonable, organic looking price action. If we see this thing, and Bitcoin doesn't have reasonable, responsible, organic looking price action anymore, unfortunately, but from what we've seen in Bitcoin, this stupid shit could just go like this, like just straight to the upside and find some major resistance here. One thing, and again, one reason I say is like reasonable, sustainable, organic price action at finding resistance at the spots that it should, and then continuing up, is that's sustainable. That kind of price action can be sustained over longer periods of time. But when things just scam pump to the upside, it's like by the time you've realized it's pump and you want to get long, that most of the price action has already happened, right? That's an unfortunate reality of markets, and especially of crypto markets that are more scammy than other ones. At any rate, so one thing that I would be looking for here is for the purple lines to act as some kind of resistance in any kind of bullish situation here. The interesting thing is that we've got these short-term purple lines, and again, they're a derivation of upper standard deviation. They're a way of sort of looking a little bit higher on charts that tend to go exponential. So I would be very much looking for these purple lines right here to be some kind of place where a resistance could happen if things make it that far. And then one other interesting thing that you'll see here is that the very, very long term derivation of upper standard deviation here, again, the purple bands. One thing you'll notice is that these longer term purple bands are also sort of coincident in a lot of ways with the shorter term bands. So I personally have problems thinking Bitcoin in this current situation is going to 100,000. That doesn't mean that it couldn't, right? It very well could, but I don't like what's developing on the macro situation. The signals are looking a bit confused again, and it just, it's got the ETF, so maybe that thing can drive it further, but I just don't see how the organic action is going to drive that. It seems like Bitcoin has everything going for it. It's had all the opportunities. It's had everything. Like, if it's going to make it there, it's not going to be on the back of organic action. There could be some component of organic action, but it will be on the back of leverage for sure if it makes it that high. So, whatever. It is what it is. Bitcoin is still doing pretty good. Let's take a look at the shitcoins really quick. One thing that has caught my eye here is Link. Link is now pumped to the top side. Pretty good, at least in terms of how it performs. Again, these are Z-scores. Z-scores tell you how well an asset is performing relative to its moving average. In this case, we're looking at the 100-day moving average. I always get this wrong. Is it the 100-day? Yeah, we're looking here at the 100-day moving average. So this chart tells you how well each of these coins is performing relative to its own 100-day moving average. So Link here has pumped to 3 standard deviations, which is pretty high. One thing that I've told you guys before is that I see Link often pump ahead of everything else. And then soon after, like within a week or two, everything else will start pumping to the upside as well. So right now we're getting that signal again where Link is pumping to the upside. And then we've also got Bitcoin here. Like we said, this chart has the feel of strength right now, at least in the short term. So those two things combined together, you might say, hey, you know, there could be another leg up here coming for crypto. That doesn't mean necessarily a 50% or a 2x leg up, but we could see a recovery back, back close to the previous their previous highs, maybe probably even a little bit further than that. So and then we'll finish off the broad crypto world here with Ethereum. Ethereum right now is this chart looks bad. There's no two ways about this. This chart, Ethereum versus Bitcoin, looks pretty bad. There is some kind of deadline coming for the Ethereum ETF in the next, I think it's like week, 2 weeks. I can't remember. I should have wrote that down. At any rate, Ethereum is going to get some kind of disposition over the ETF. I wouldn't expect it to get approved. However, keep in mind that Ethereum has the same futures-based ETF that Bitcoin. Bitcoin and Ethereum were both approved in 2021 for a futures-based ETF. So it's going to be difficult for the SEC to be like, well, it's too dangerous to give it a spot ETF, considering all the court cases that happened. But remember, this is a game. This is a show. This is a play. It's a drama. They're using this to jerk around emotions, right? It's not surprising that Bitcoin would be the spotlight, and then ETF has got to go through the same legal battles that Bitcoin did, and eventually Ethereum will come victorious, and then they'll get their mega pump as well. Like, this is all maximum emotion, maximum hype, maximum drama for the maximum value extraction of the people that try to trade these markets. Gensler knows what he's doing. The crypto cabal knows what they're doing. All of the fuckheads in charge of these exchanges, or at least most of them, almost certainly are part of this, or at least are aware of it at a bare minimum. So at the moment, Ethereum actually at the moment, I would be saying, hey, there are probably opportunities to scoop up some deals here. That doesn't mean that this thing is done falling. It still doesn't look very good. But it could be possible that just the markets hate uncertainty. Just remember that markets hate uncertainty. So with the disposition of one of the submitted Ethereum spot ETFs in the near future, this fall could be really related to that uncertainty. It could be that once that uncertainty resolves and we know that either some court cases are about to happen, or if Ethereum gets approved, guys, look out for new highs in crypto total market cap. Look out for new pump of new coins. If the Ethereum ETF gets approved, everything is shifting Ethereum. I mean, it's honestly, if you're a trader, it's probably worth finding somewhere here to pick up some Ethereum, even if you love Bitcoin, right? Just responsibly, just like, number go up. I mean, we get the same stuff from the laser eyes all the time. They're always showing us price charts. Right now, they're showing us the Ethereum price chart, and they don't realize it, but this is opportunity. This is very likely opportunity. Things don't go up in a straight line. Neither do they go down in a straight line. This thing has had a very long kind of burn off from the past bull market. So at some point, Ethereum ETF is going to be approved. It's going to happen. It could be sooner, it could be later. When that happens, Ethereum is going to make a big move to the upside. And it's very possible that could be the beginning of Ethereum actually attaining market cap parity with Bitcoin. I won't go on a rant about that. We have plenty of other cool things, other cool people to talk today about stuff. Let's just finish off.
That would eat into Bitcoin's use case as the one and only kind of store of value too, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, that's an Ethereum gaining market cap with Bitcoin basically invalidates a lot of maxi arguments in one fell swoop. I would love to see Ethereum gain market cap with Bitcoin because they're the same to me. ASICs are no different to me than proof of stake. It's the same fucking thing, especially given how narrowly controlled the mining ecosystem is there, especially given the fact that it looks like a single entity is responsible for producing about 60 to 70% of the blocks. Even though they have different pools, they all use the same entity for producing blocks, which of course they do. Bitmain took over the ASIC industry a long time ago. And just a whole bunch of things changed. And I mean, there's we've talked about them a lot, the fundamental reasons for why, for example, Ethereum has Tether on Tether, which Bitcoin maxis love Tether, but it's not on Bitcoin. Okay, tiny, but there's no real volume of Tether on Bitcoin. So it's weird that you get all these maxis talking about Tether being good when it benefits Ethereum. Oh, and by the way, Tether has stolen the medium of exchange from Bitcoin. And Ethereum layer 2s are crushing Bitcoin in every way possible. Like there's more volume, there's more total locked value. Like just everything about Ethereum is just crushing Bitcoin except for one metric, and that's price. So yeah, I mean, I could rant about that for a while, but we won't go there. Don't want to slow the show down. But
what do you mean, bro? Bitcoin's going to $10 bajillion.
Of course, I forgot about that. How could I have forgotten? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I always forget about that.
Of course,
probably. I mean, hyper Bitcoinization is going to eat all of the derivatives values, not just the real world value, but also the derivative values that's in like the hundreds of quadrillions of dollars, which means obviously something like a $1 quadrillion price for Bitcoin. Man, how
no second best. Michael Saylor.
Sell your bags, bros. Sell your bags.
It's
all
Bitcoin digital energy.
What about GameStop? Take a look at GameStop.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me about that. I totally forgot. Yeah, the GameStonk. It was fun in 2021. Reddit got together. GameStop is not a particularly like good business. It's not like a particularly impressive business in it by any means. But with the shutdown of the economy back in 2021, everyone was not everyone, but certain players like they're called Citadel. A big hedge fund named Citadel was betting on the destruction of GameStop, and if GameStop didn't self-implode, they were going to kind of help to make sure that it did that anyways by fucking with the stock market. But all the bros from the 80s and 90s, like myself, that were like, no, GameStop was, we loved GameStop before, Amazon. That's where you would go to get the latest games and the coolest stuff. And so everyone has this nostalgia about it. Reddit, who's collectively composed of neckbeards, Gen Xers, decided that they were going to do a coordinated pump against the GameStop shorts and wreck them. And so the mother of all short squeezes was going to happen, the MOAS. And it actually did. They fucking 100x that shit. Actually, let's just pull up the price.
Yeah, that was insane. They made a movie about it. Have you seen the movie? It was pretty fun.
I didn't. That would probably be pretty fun. So, okay, we got GameStop here. Watching. GameStop did... Jesus Christ. GameStop did 100x. Wow. Okay, so that was at the end of 2020. Wow. Okay, not even 2021. Yeah, GameStop did 100x as the Gen X neckbeards on Reddit decided to pump the shit out of this thing and wreck the shorts. So yeah, some billionaires took some pretty heavy hits, and then there was maybe the possibility that this thing could have actually taken down the system in a way that was completely unexpected. So with all manner of fraud and crime, the inside cabal put a stop to this and effectively capped GameStop. But they reorganized after 4 years. They got their forces back together and they put another 6x on the table. So that's pretty good. But guys, listen, just if you are,
it was all because that guy started like tweeting about it again or something, right? Or talking about it.
I mean, at this point, you've got to suspect about what kind of they had a GME Reddit, and then they had to pivot to another one because that got taken over. You have to suspect at this point that insiders are probably involved in trying to create the social momentum to create these new MOAS pumps. But the MOAS never really happened. Like 100x happens in crypto. A MOAS is more like 10,000x, right? A MOAS meant like a price of infinity, effectively. So what I'm getting at here, guys, is if you are a GameStonk aficionado, if you like the stonk, that's fine. But they proved that they would use all manner of fraud and crime to stop this thing from actually getting the MOAS. It's never going to MOAS, guys. Like, I'm sorry if anyone here, is a GameStonk. Probably not. But if you are, like, you're playing with fire, could this thing go higher? Yeah, of course it could. This thing next week could open and do some crazy shit. But man,
last time this happened, basically all exchanges halted like purchases, and even some of the exchanges were selling people's shares.
Yeah, this is the nature of naked shorts. Yeah, so they halted, like you said, they halted trading because it was going up too much, and then they call them synthetic shares. These guys. They have a special law carved out for them. The market makers, the guys that provide the liquidity in markets. Citadel's one of these guys, one of these such players. They are allowed. They say the laws for immediate liquidity purposes only. You are allowed to sell shares that you don't actually have to provide liquidity to the market and it's supposed to be like a very short-term kind of thing, and then you balance your books later. But technically, apparently, the law doesn't force them to balance their books later. It just basically says, hey, you can do this short term. You can create synthetic shares that don't actually exist and then sell them to plebs on the market. And that's exactly what happened to Monero in a very similar way with Binance when they created Monero from nothing and said, hey, here's a Monero that, we have a database entry that represents one Monero for you, sir. And for all of you people buying Monero on Binance, but they never actually acquired that Monero because it would require them buying it.
I always thought there would be a potentially good tie-in with the Monero community and the GameStop community.
There was, but there was, even in the day, it was too much degeneracy. It was too much MOAS. And I never said that Binance had to close their naked shorts. I always believed they could just keep rolling them. And for a period of time, I thought maybe GameStop would have to close their short, the shorters would have to close their, but then they proved that they didn't have to close them. They never had to close those naked shorts. They could just keep rolling them forever. So, yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of financial markets. It's just a lot of people learned how dirty it is.
And I mean, they know that the retail investor is going to pull out like pretty quickly. So like that's on their side.
Yeah. Still though, GameStop on average, GameStop on average is still like a 22x from where it was in 2019 and 2020. You can see their stock was kind of like, their stock had really fell off a cliff during those years. It makes sense, right? We got the internet now. We don't really need GameStop quite as much. I mean,
like GameStop and like, what was it, like Bed Bath & Beyond? Those were the two most naked shorted stocks at the time, weren't they?
I didn't know Bed Bath. Interesting.
Oh, but, maybe also AMC.
Yeah, I was gonna say AMC.
Oh, yeah.
That was the
Yeah, so there was also an attempt.
I like the idea that it was the little man against the institutions, but it's just kind of a stupid phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, look
at the end result. People pumping GameStop. Like, it makes no sense.
They've turned GameStop into a shitcoin.
Yeah, it's a store of value. It's Bitcoin.
But it doesn't even work well because like on Monday, it got halted 36 times during trading.
Oh, God.
So it's not even like crypto where you can just pump, it gets stopped. Right. It gets game stopped.
Yeah, indeed. At least if like Coinbase shuts down, you could still trade. You could trade crypto on some other exchange typically. Somehow Coinbase just can't get their act together. Their servers go down under too much load when people start selling. Well, all right, guys, let's take a look at gold and silver, and then we'll call it a day here. Gold looks bullish. Had a little bit of a pullback. It closed not at all-time highs, but very close to all-time highs. And with that, it looks like the markets are now convinced that gold is in a true bull market, and silver has now outperformed to the tune of about 14%. So up here at the left, you can see XAU. So AU is gold and AG is silver, for those of you that don't know the periodic table. So we're dividing gold by silver, which means that when this chart goes up, gold is winning, and when this chart goes down, silver is winning. So you'll notice that here in the past week, we've had outperformance of silver relative to gold to the tune of about 12%. So this is probably going to keep on going this direction. So right now, silver's definitely should be a good beneficiary of the bull market in gold. Maybe we can let's take a look at the actual silver price as well, because that would be a travesty to only talk about silver and relative to how good it's doing with gold. We'll put on the wave magic. So you'll notice the silver price here. The silver price here has broken out of what is truly a very, very long-term sort of capping pleb line here. Started about a decade ago. Yeah. So silver has broken out of that. I would very much expect silver to just keep pumping to the upside here. There's a solid 40% in store for silver. I haven't super analyzed this chart. So at any rate, this chart is bullish in every way possible. Like this chart looks really good. So probably your last opportunity to get in would have been a couple weeks ago right here at this level. We had kind of talked about for the past few weeks that gold was now looking like in a bull market, and that silver was probably going to follow at some point soon in terms of overperformance. That's just how that works. So good for those of you that hold silver. I got a little bit myself, not as much as as I would like to have based on that chart, but Like I told you, I got burned by silver once, and I said, I'm just gonna stick with gold. I'm in metal for the stability, not for the gains. I'll use crypto for gains. Okay, let's take a look at Dixie here. My prediction on Dixie was actually for this thing to ultimately break to the upside. I was wrong. This thing broke to the downside instead. Although in a way, it's still kind of trying to maintain this channel. This channel is probably not valid anymore. It probably doesn't have too much to do with the chart, but the Dixie breaking down a little bit here this past week is probably, it's correlated with gold going up. It's correlated with new highs in the stock market. Where are they? Wah, wah. It's correlated with new highs in the stock market. S&P 500 made slightly new highs. Okay, cool. Just FYI. We got the reverse repos have flattened out, right? So there's not new money coming out of reverse repos at the moment. Okay, the liquidity situation. This is another one of those signs where it's like, yeah, the liquidity situation doesn't feel like it should be supporting stuff, but we do have a federal government that's printing just asinine, retarded amounts of money. So yeah, maybe that could just keep going for a while. Other than that, we got the yields. The yields don't mean anything at the moment. They're just sideways flat. There's no evidence of approaching of imminent tail risk. And then we had some inflation numbers that came out this week. The core inflation, which is a harder one to get down, actually did come down a little bit. So it's sitting here at 3.5%. We got the CPI at like 3.4%. Okay, I guess that's not bad. Like, things are still slowly continuing to come down. I'm probably JPOW has something good to say about that. This is a chart that we're going to be looking at, the civilian unemployment. If this thing starts spiking, that's a sign of for us that tail risk is imminent. Right now, this chart it's looking like it wants to get there, but this is a month by month chart. Every single one of these data points is a month long. So this chart is a slow moving chart, but spikes in this will be corroborated with our other things like the bond market and looking for tail risk. Basically, what we're looking for is an opportunity when the markets crash and everything. Oh my God, the world is ending. They're going to intervene. They always intervene. They have to intervene. We're just waiting for that moment so that whatever spare cash we have, if you have cash, or if you're like me, if you have gold, sitting around for store value, the next time they intervene, I'm just gonna go straight from everything from gold and cash into crypto, right into the most violent, volatile plays, the highest risk plays that are going to pay off the most, right? That's just the name of the game. So anyways, yeah, nothing, everything's still kind of steady state here. Things are looking towards the positive end of the spectrum. Although I don't see the liquidity. I don't see the liquidity for like massive new highs, but things still like seem to be drifting in a positive direction here. So with that, I think that's all I got for you guys today.
All right.
All
right, man. Fantastic. Tux, what are you doing? Are we bringing him up now, or what, you want to do news first? I just don't want the show to run away from us. And I'll turn it into a 6-hour episode here.
Are we doing guest segment, or are we gonna have tech leaks come up?
Well, yeah, I want to bring tech leaks up for sure. He's there, but should we do news first so like it doesn't turn into too much of a marathon? What do you think? Or bring tech leaks up first?
Guest says they need to go in 40 minutes.
All right,
we have guests.
Let's bring him up. Bawdy, please stick around if you can.
Yeah, I gotta duck out here pretty soon, but I'll be around for the next half hour.
All right, let's bring him up.
The Monerotopia Guest Segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right.
Hello.
Oh wait, we got Nihilist up.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, wait. Tux, are we bringing up Tech Leak?
Are you going to at the same time? It's up to you.
Let's first, because didn't Tech Leak say he has to go, or Nihilist? Who has to run in 40 minutes?
Me.
Oh, okay. All right, let's because I want to have Tech Leak up here before Bawdy hits the road too. What's going on, Nihilist? What do you got?
Hello, everyone. So I'm basically a nerd out there. I am running a blog that runs basically tutorials pertaining to privacy, anonymity, self-hosting, anonymity, all that good stuff. And so Tux mentioned that I could present the Haveno Dex, the new software that's been going on lately.
Fantastic.
So first, I want to explain why this is important, if you don't mind. I'm gonna share my screen. Give me a second. Let's see if this works. All right. First of all, when people are seeking privacy, they want to purchase Monero, right? For that, I am actively recommending people check on this site, kyc.me. This is a place where, you can find exchanges and. For instance, the most popular one that I was using for Monero, I was using it also for Fiat, which was local Monero before that.
No longer.
And so it's no longer there. And the only options out there, as per this website, are Bisq and RoboSats. Thing is, they don't provide a direct transaction from Fiat to Monero. That's the main issue here. So now that we have this in mind, I want to bring your attention to Haveno.
Now, why isn't Haveno on KYC? KYC me not?
It's currently, it's currently pending review. Let me show you.
All right.
Yeah, sweet. So basically, Haveno is not publicly released, but it's currently on version 1.04. So we can already do mainnet transactions there. So, yeah. All right. So why I have been solicited as a guest is because I wrote a tutorial on how to use this.
Now, just explain real quick, because I saw some confusion. Like there were multiple implementations, that were launched this week, like different groups launched the software on their own.
So basically, you have let me bring it up, github.com, where to access. All right, so give me just a second. All right, so you have Haveno. It is publicly, the code is open source, right? It's published on GitHub. The official repository is Haveno Dex/Haveno. And the main developer is Woodzer. Shout outs to him. That's where it is.
Yeah, DMing with him, and he said to mention there's currently 16 offers on the books, 52.26 XMR, 10 trades. Very exciting. Go ahead.
So basically, the goal is for you to run Haveno as a administrator. It is to first clone the repo and to run a Haveno network, basically. And the first one of the first Haveno networks out there was Rito. So there it is. People can access it on GitHub as well. And basically they are running the Haveno network, one of the Haveno networks out there. And just to explain quickly how the structure of a Haveno network is, here you go. So I didn't include this in my tutorial yet, but there it is. You have Haveno network administrators, and you have servers, and Haveno Dex seed nodes. And on the server side, basically, the more seed nodes you have, the more resilient the network is to potential takedowns. As we all know, centralized exchanges have this tendency of being taken down, whether it is legally done or morally questionably done, like for local Monero. And the decentralization is important here because you have peers, let's say Bob, Alice, and Charlie. They run the Haveno Dex client on their on their laptops. And they could be a seed node, they could be an arbitrator, all that good stuff. And so if you guys want, I can show you a quick demo of the software?
Yeah, please do. So it's how would you say it's different in any way from Bisq?
There's a FAQ on this. Let me show you. I'm not affiliated with Haveno in any way, by the way. I'm just a very big fan on their technology. So here you go. You go on the FAQ on the official website, haveno.exchange. You go on, where is it? Key differences compared to Bisq. So Haveno is privacy focused. It's not like Bisq, where the main currency is Bitcoin. So due to that, Bisq is not privacy focused. Blah 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 blah. Haveno is simpler. Haveno is cheaper. Haveno is faster. Monero transactions are validated faster on the network than Bitcoin.
The architecture is the same. The concept is the same, right? In terms of how the network is structured. Or
I'm not sure on that, but it should be relatively similar. Yeah. So, but in this case,
the primary difference is it's Monero based as opposed to being Bitcoin based, which just adds a whole layer of privacy between obviously everybody's transactions.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason it was actually forked from Bisq in the first place. But it took a lot of time to get developed, and now it's reaching maturity, I think. And this is the architecture here.
Very exciting. So this instance that's running right now, what is it called? Retrero or something, or whatever it is?
It's Rito.
So other people can obviously spark up instances as well, but obviously, ideally, you'd only want to see like one, right? So that you get the network effect going, right?
That's the thing I was discussing on the Haveno chat a few days ago. Like the reason for multiple networks to exist is first decentralization. You don't want one entity to run everything, but the reason is suppose the Haveno Rito administrators get somehow sent to jail. I don't want that, but suppose they do. No one runs the Haveno Rito network anymore, and all that market is gone apparently from their hands. So the market is still up for grabs for another Haveno network administrators and new network. So
well, do we know who's running Haveno Rito? Because I saw some concerns about we don't really know who's even running this Rito network of Haveno.
I guess people want to maintain their anonymity. Anybody that runs the networks, right?
I mean, it's understandable for sure. But
I mean, I would advise it. I would definitely advise. I wouldn't advise running it in a non-anonymous way, right?
Yeah, I think the goal here is for them to retain their anonymity because they don't want to be taken down.
Yep.
Have you make a trade on it so far?
I succeeded in making a trade.
Fantastic!
I can.
And so how easy is it to kind of get up and running and use? Is it still kind of early adopterish, or it's all there and
you get a binary now?
Yeah, it's early adopter maybe, but for example, on the Haveno Rito, let me just bring it up again. Yeah, sorry, I should have prepared better. There we go. So we're on the Haveno Rito repository here. So you can see all the open source code. All right, if you want to check for spyware, feel free to do it. Then you go on Actions. This is where the code is built in GitHub. You go on the latest one. And here you scroll down. And there you have the installer. So it's basically a zip file that contains for Ubuntu. I mean, for Ubuntu, you have the .deb package that you install. For Windows users, you have the executable file. For macOS, I don't know how. I think it's a .pkg file. But yeah, you can install it on macOS, Linux, Windows. And once you install it, you basically have it like this. So that's the Haveno software. And by default, you are put on this page here.
Okay.
And yeah, you can see the market with all the transactions.
See if you can make it full. If you can make it full screen, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Sweet.
So let's say you are a Haveno user that wants to buy some Monero, right? You go on the buy section, and here you have a few offers that have been made by peers like Alice and Bob, and they accept different payment methods like pay by mail. I think that's the most common one that was on local Monero, and I definitely recommend people doing that. You can do face-to-face, face-to-face transactions, all that good stuff. If you want to sell Monero, let me cancel that. You go here, and there you have also a place to basically create offers to sell Monero.
No, is anybody doing crypto to Monero? Everybody's doing cash to Monero right now?
You can do Monero for fiat.
Okay.
You can
do
Bitcoin for XMR, yeah.
Okay.
And you can do other. I didn't check that actually, but you can select all the different currencies and payment methods, yeah.
What kind of trade did you do?
So to test, I will just show everyone. So I made this blog post. Feel free to check it out. I made a face-to-face, face-to-face transaction in person. We're simulating like a face-to-face transaction in Berlin, So first, you would need to basically create your account here in this space. You select traditional currency accounts. You create your account face-to-face person in Berlin. This is just an easy example, to make a quick trade,
Right.
So yeah, I created it here. But you could also do like bank transfer or cash by mail. This is also a type of account that you can create here.
Right.
Once it's created, you go on the buy section. You create an offer to buy XMR, and then you get listed here. And see, there's no, unlike local Monero, big difference. There's no reputation system, meaning by default, if there were no protection mechanisms, like there actually is, if there was not this, people would scam each other, But I'm not going to create one now. But on the blog post I made, basically you create your account, right? Then you create the offer here, face-to-face in person, blah, blah, blah. You set the amount of XMR you want to buy, let's say 0.1. You can select the percentage below market price, and then it shows you you have to you want to spend 12 euros basically to buy 0.1 XMR. And then basically here you have a 2/3 multisig. So you are Bob, right? You want to buy Monero for cash in person, and Alice wants to sell Monero for cash in person. And basically, if you try to scam Alice, there will be a Rito, the Haveno Rito network arbitrator, that can step in and decide who's in the right in case if there is a conflict, So the thing is, at first, when you create your offer, you need to basically fund your offer, just like in Bisq, I think. And basically, the incentive here is you fund your offer, you have some Monero in there, and if you were to try and scam Alice, well, you are at risk of losing that Monero. And that's the key takeaway here is both Alice and you have to put a security deposit. And if you try to scam each other, well, someone's going to lose Monero. And that's the...
so both the buyer and the seller put up Monero?
Yeah. So here in this case, Bob puts some Monero for the trade and Alice does the same.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm thinking of it in terms of like XMR Bazaar, right, Tux? The way we're doing it. It's interesting the way. So it's both sides put up Monero.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once like Bob and Alice fund the offer, then the trade is created. So you send your Monero there. It's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, like Bob does not have Monero at first, but he wants to buy Monero, and to do so, he needs to put Monero for the trade.
Right.
That's the same in Bisq, actually. So yeah,
even if Bob didn't put up Monero, couldn't it still kind of work? So it's you'd have possible. The person that's looking to spend the Monero would put it into the multi-sig, right? Into escrow with the arbitrator, right? And then they supposedly meet up, and then the person with cash would be claim hey, I paid them cash, but they never now I'm ready to get the Monero released. And then if she tries to scam and says no, he never gave me cash, then that person would have to prove to the arbitrator that here's proof that I gave the money, whatever. And then the arbitrator would then make a decision with should the Monero go back to Alice or should it be released to Bob.
Yeah, exactly. But thing is, on face-to-face, it's a bit special because it's hard to prove that you are being scammed. However, in one of my future tutorials that will come up soon, I will showcase a conflict. Let me first finish.
So just quick question. So in Bitcoin to Monero trades, so not cash to Monero, does the multi-sig, does the escrow work the same?
I think it's different. I think it's a
just one side.
It's a crypto swap, yeah. So there's the, how do you say again? The protocol that allows you to trade Bitcoin for Monero.
Atomic swap.
Atomic swap.
Yeah, I think Atomic swap is already in Haveno. So on that side,
really?
It's covered.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's already there. I need to confirm, but yeah.
Okay.
In any way, you fund your offer, then the trade is opened. You can also chat with the other peer, very important. And then you can discuss, okay, let's meet up at Berlin, blah, blah, blah. I will give you your cash. And then once, let's say Alice also funded the trade, both parties have funded the trade, you have a notification here. Then it says, okay, you have to go and meet up with the person to pay your 12 euros, blah, blah, blah. You do it. And then you claim that the payment has been sent. Same as on local Monero, you say that you have paid, you declare that you have paid. And then it's for Alice to claim, to basically confirm if she has received payment or not, And then once she confirms that she has received the Monero, it will show up on your Haveno Monero wallet. Yeah. And then it will show as pending, and then it will be available for you to spend. And if you want, you can withdraw it to your other wallet. So it's all good here.
How do you select an arbitrator? When I attempt to initiate any of the trades, it says no arbitrators available, or the arbitrator signature is invalid.
I think you need to open an issue on the GitHub. So yeah, expect some bugs here and there. It's not officially released again. It's like a public beta currently. So definitely chat about it on the Haveno Matrix chat.
And did the arbitrators, the mediators, they get paid? They make a transaction fee?
Yeah, they on Haveno Rito they have a 0.06 fee, 0.6 fee percent.
So that's part of the transaction. That's part of the multi-sig.
I think so. Yeah.
Or they get paid out separately.
Let me just show you quickly. That's an example of a trade that I will showcase in my future tutorial. In this case, we are Bob, and we want to scam Alice. We are Alice, and Bob wants to scam us. So this is a trade, all right? A trade that I want to buy 0.2 XMR for 25 euros in Amazon e-gift card. But basically, in this case, Bob has sent me an invalid Amazon code, So then we shout, and it's a mess. It's not acceptable. Blah blah blah. And then we want to basically open a dispute with Bob. So we cannot do it immediately. We have to wait for the trade to expire in 24 hours. Basically, it's the max time for this kind of trade. And after that, which I will showcase in my future tutorial, there will be an arbitrator that steps in to say, okay, who's in the right, who's in the wrong. And in this case, clearly Bob is in the wrong, and I will get the security deposit that he deposited. And to punish him, basically, he will not get his Monero back.
Because Bob had to put up Monero as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Alice gets all her Monero back, and then Bob gets punished and gets his Monero taken away.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Very cool, man. That. Very cool. Actually, very similar to how XMR Bazaar is functioning, right, Tux? I mean, primary difference is Haveno actually is decentralized software that's running, so anybody can run the client. So there's, you can't take down Haveno, you can't take down the app itself.
Well, the thing is, server side, there needs to be as many seed nodes as possible. If there are only 2 seed nodes that are being run and both of them are taken down, yeah, well, it's over. But if you have, let's say, 20. It's going to be really hard to take down, And on the client side, the more peers you are, there's Bob, Alice, Charlie, blah, 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 whoever, the bigger there is, the more diversity you will see on the market on this Haveno network. And that's where I think people need to realize you guys need to move out from centralized exchanges. You need to get on there, run the market on your laptop. No need for a server, no need for a, website where you can buy your Monero, download it, run it on your laptop. I think it's very important everyone moves there. It's 100%. The future.
Everybody should start using, everybody that has a need, start running the Haveno software, using it. And we'll build an unstoppable version of local Monero, essentially.
And just to be clear, local Monero mentioned Haveno in their exit message, so they're recommending it too.
For sure. Very cool, man. Thank you. I really want to make sure we covered this week. We were just going to mention in the news. I was trying to get Woodzer to come on, but I don't think he's ready to really talk about it right now. I think he wants to continue to work out some kinks and stuff. He presented at Monerotopia. Great guy, by the way. So we'd love to have him on in the future. But thanks for stepping in and giving us the whole rundown. And great job with explaining everything, too.
Yeah, thanks for showing us. And thanks for making the tutorial, for making it easier for people to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, the software is not easy at first, but I'm trying to make it as noob-friendly as I could, with this tutorial. So check it out if you guys think it's hard to use. And definitely support Haveno project and Woodzer. He definitely is doing the good work here.
Awesome, man. Fantastic job.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. I know. I won't even bring it up. All right, that's great. Tuck, should we move on to our second special guest?
Yeah, so we bring it up.
Call on having Neil. Let's jump up first, so we didn't lose that. That was extremely valuable information. Glad we got that all out there. That actually explained a lot to me. I learned a lot there. But let's go ahead.
Mr. Techleaks, are you there?
Techleaks.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Tux, let's run the special guest again. Go ahead and run the special guest again, so we have a little break in between.
The Monerotopia Guest Segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Okay, we went from Haveno to talking about Dero with the one and only Tech Leaks, who, sorry, man, it's hard for me to say any good words, but who completely, utterly embarrassed himself on Twitter this week, placing a bet with Luke that Luke couldn't de-anonymize his transaction when Luke said he had found a way to do such, and he did. Tech Leaks then refused to make the payment that he owed of the 10K Dero, and things just got worse, much worse from there. Tech Leaks calling everybody in Monero a scammer, ironically. So Tech Leaks giving you the stage, but obviously, you know, we're not going to hold punches here. We think your behavior is completely assholic. So you got the stage. Go ahead and let us know what happened from your perspective.
Yeah, I basically think the same of Luke Parker. You know, maybe not you guys, because I understand he has a following in Monero and is some sort of false prophet here. But there is a thing called responsible disclosure, which honestly I don't even care that much about, because I think in the hardening of the protocol, so if a vulnerability is there, I mean, if go and hit it, and developers should have taken care of it. Like, you know, I believe in the Darwinian selection of protocols. But what Luke did was worse. Like, Luke not only didn't opt for responsible disclosure, okay? What Luke did was a proper attack on Dero and its users. He tried to sow panic because Luke exaggerated the vulnerability. And you can see this in my exchange with him, because he cannot even de-anonymize my transaction. He only finds the amount in the transaction. But to de-anonymize a transaction, you need to find at least the amount, the sender, and the receiver. And then you can, if you can do this for all transactions, then you could, you know, claim that you could de-anonymize the whole network. But Luke cannot do this even for a single transaction. He cannot de-anonymize a single transaction. He did, though, de-anonymize the amount of the transaction, which was impressive. I like that. I truly like that. I congratulated him, because I did not expect him to.
So why didn't you pay him the 10K Dero that you said you would pay him?
Because first of all, he did not opt for responsible disclosure, and second, he did not de-anonymize the transaction. I mean, there seems to be confusion here about.
There was no agreement that you said, Luke, show me that you could do it, and I'll give you 10K Dero. He showed you, and then you created this whole fabricated story, reasoning as to why you shouldn't pay him.
No,
I mean, just stop with that. This is the first issue. You're just a bad actor. You're a fucking asshole.
If you read my tweet, that's not what I said. And you are an asshole who cannot read, because in my tweet I said you have to de-anonymize my transaction. I did not say that you have to find the amount in the transaction. If you go look at the tweet which is pinned here on top of my timeline, I say, I repeat, I will give Palantir sponsor Slimeball, Kayaba Nerve, 10,000.
Why is he a slimeball? Why is he a slimeball?
I just explained.
What are you talking about? Why you like
exaggerated the vulnerability? He exaggerated. I mean, Monero had the Big Bang attack, right? Where
he did you a favor. He did you a favor by contributing to your project and showing your flaw.
Monero
he didn't have to do that.
Big Bang attack where inputs were exposed. How did those researchers behave?
You're changing the topic. What are you talking about, man?
No, he exaggerated the vulnerability, and he did not.
I can't imagine anybody in Dero supports you in any way. You look like a complete fool, and you've really harmed your own project. Because nobody's. You're destroying the culture in your project.
You can't read, because it's written right there. De-anonymize a transaction, which means you must find the amount, the sender, the receiver to de-anonymize a transaction. He didn't do that. And not only that, but he did not offer responsible.
I had every right as a Dero holder to social engineer Luke. So you're admitting that you manipulated and you tricked, potentially tricked the person.
Some sort of.
So you're admitting you're fraud. You're admitting that you're a fraud.
No, sorry, this is on Luke, not on me, because he pretends to be a researcher, but comparing his behavior with that of researcher.
Pretends to be a researcher? Luke is one of.
It's ridiculous, you guys. You are defending him. You are all looking like a bunch of cultists. Like, what is he? Like,
we look like cultists? He's doing math and cryptography, and we agree with the work that he's doing.
He's an idiot who doesn't know what responsible disclosure is. And not only that, he exaggerated the attack because he wanted to attack there, which shows his true colors. Sorry, and you think this is okay. and you are there sitting with your gray hair and telling me this is okay. Sorry, but
oh, my gray hair. Like,
this is shameless.
Gray hair is the crown of the
we're
old.
shameless.
The
Who
ages.
are you, man? I gotta ask. Wait, let's take a step back a little bit. How did Tech Leaks?
Yeah.
This is my show. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm letting you come on here.
Doesn't mean that you can,
for entertainment.
That doesn't mean that I don't have the right to self-defense. If you are going,
you have the right to self-defense. I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay. Tell us your story. How did you get into crypto? How did you become a Dero cultist? Like, I just don't even understand you as a character. How did this happen to you?
I mean, I don't know. It's all in my answers. I told you, I care about right and wrong. I care about responsible disclosure. In this case,
I'm asking you, how did you get into Dero? Why Dero? What happened to you?
Because
how did this happen?
Because Dero is the only L1 to use homomorphic encryption, and it's not how did this happen. I mean, I could ask the same to you. How did it happen that you ended up in Monero?
I explain it all the time. I explain it, and it makes fun.
Well, tell me
that there's logic there.
How did it happen? What's your? I mean, what's the tech that drives you, like enthuses you about Monero? What aspect of the technology? It's slow.
Do you know anything about Monero? Do you know how it works?
Yes.
Do you ever use?
Yes.
Okay.
It's slow as hell. I know that.
Have...
That's why I stopped using it. It has no smart contracts.
Okay, Bawdy. I don't know, Bawdy. You want to chime in here? I don't know where we should take this. I mean, I guess the ultimately is, are you gonna apologize to Luke? Are you gonna pay the 10K, Dero?
Is he going to apologize for not opting for responsible disclosure and for doing a hype full disclosure attack?
Does anybody want to respond to that? Does anybody want to respond to his allegation?
Well, okay, can we go back to the first question of what Luke Parker actually did? He, from what I remember seeing, I don't have the tweet pulled up immediately. He actually showed the amount and then the internal memo. I don't remember if he showed.
Not sender and receiver. He didn't break the transaction, and yet he expected me to
so
pay Dero.
Let's take this in a stepwise fashion. There's the sender and receiver as part of de-anonymization, but there's also amounts and any peripheral data associated with that. Like
that's called partial de-anonymization. That's not de-anonymization.
So you would agree that he did a partial de-anonymization.
I agree with that. But that's not the
deal, so don't you think that would maybe in good faith, bro? Don't you think that would maybe in good faith merit some kind of partial payment to him, and just to say, hey, I'm trying to act in good faith here. For the record, I'm only going to pay you half.
Who is acting in good faith in this interaction? Sorry, why do I have to be the guy that is acting good faith with an asshole? He exaggerated the vulnerability, and then he called it from partial de-anonymization of certain transactions. He went on and published an article that is titled "De-anonymization of the Dero network." Like, you have to be a complete asshole to do that. And you guys, when it comes to money, I owe him an apology. How?
Maybe you have a different take.
Read his article. No, read his article. Does it say partial de-anonymization of Dero transactions? Like, the Big Bang attack on Monero was a partial de-anonymization of Monero transactions. It was disclosed responsibly. It was patched. What the hell did this asshole do? Like, he did a reputation attack on Dero, and you are telling me that I had to give him 10,000 Deros for partially de-anonymizing my transaction?
Well, what he specifically said is that he can only de-anonymize the sender if it has the patch, if the wallet has the patch from 6 months ago.
I don't care. I gave him the transaction. It wasn't from any, I don't know what patch this is. Maybe he inserted this patch. Maybe his friend, Slixa, the other guy, maybe, I don't know. I gave him a transaction and he couldn't de-anonymize it. I mean, why should I give him 10,000 Deros? He could not de-anonymize the transaction. He found the amount, which was cool. I congratulated him for that.
And the message.
And he started to act trolly, and then, sorry, I'm going to take him seriously. I mean, how can you take him seriously?
Okay, listen, man. I don't know what your I don't know what your personality is, but personally for me, even if I want to maintain, generally speaking, above the fray. Like I talk a lot of shit on Twitter sometimes, but in terms of especially in a gentleman's bet when money is involved, even if the other person is an asshole, I don't care. I want to walk away from it saying, you know what, I've met whatever obligation anyone could have put onto me. I've met that and then some. If I was in your position, I would say, you know what, man, you did okay. I would come in a non-angry fashion. I would come and say, all right, listen, you didn't reveal the sender and the recipient, but you did reveal another half of that. You have to anonymize this transaction. At best, you've halfway met this bet. I would just say, you know what, here's 5,000 Dero. That's fine. I still think that, I would just put that out there, and you would by appearances, you would look a lot better just by doing that. Now you do what you want, right? But I just personally think that that's a better way of approaching gentlemen's bets, is trying to give people credit for what where credit is due.
Going gentleman doesn't mean to let scammers take advantage of me. You know, if you know what I mean.
How is he a scammer? You have no credibility when you call Luke Parker a scammer.
Okay, but these dynamics, if you don't let me talk, then it distorts.
You have no credibility when you call Luke Parker a scammer.
What else would you call someone who conducts a full disclosure attack? What else would you call him? When he's working on a competing chain, inferior chain, because Monero is cool, but it doesn't use full homomorphic encryption. Well, Monero had the Big Bang attack. Look it up on Google. It exposed the inputs of transactions.
Were you in any other crypto? Were you once in Monero, or you were always in Dero?
Yes, how did I was in Monero. It was extremely slow. No smart contracts. The community kept dumping down. So I said, I mean, I couldn't get people couldn't get me. So I finally found a coin that is usable, has smart contracts, has full homomorphic encryption. And back we are now, these people in Monero, which I have always respected in one or another, unless they attack me. And when I am attacked, I have to defend myself.
But we see you attacking everybody, man. Like, don't act like a victim here, man. You're the one who stole from somebody else, and you're acting like a victim. Like, just
I mean, you just admitted that you did not anonymize my transaction.
You're doing a really poor. You're doing a really poor job as being the purveyor of Dero. You're doing a really bad job at it, because people see you, they see the way you act, and they want no part of your project because of the culture that you're spewing.
It's not my project. It's not my project.
You associate yourself with it. Then when I see you, I see Dero. So I would recommend people in Dero to try to separate you from the community, because you're doing a really bad job.
Luke, I caught Luke.
All right.
There's another thing that I would bring up, and again, since I'm not a cryptographer, one thing that I use for judging projects is, are they adhering to best practices? Dero included bulletproofs that was being pioneered by Monero. They included bulletproofs before the math audit was done, like a few months before the math audit was done. That's a terrible practice. And to me, that would be, again, looking from the outside, not being a hardcore coder, not being a hardcore cryptographer or any cryptographer at all. I look at that and I say, that's a terrible practice. What are the shortcuts are they taking? What are the weaknesses?
Can you elaborate a bit better? What is the terrible practice here? Sorry, I missed the.
I said bulletproofs. Years ago, when Monero was pioneering bulletproofs, we were waiting for the math audit. Yeah. Okay. Like, it was a Monero guy that I think it was Selsta. Was it Selsta, or was it well, anyways, we were waiting for the math audit on bulletproofs, right? From range proofs to bulletproofs, which reduced the transaction size.
And how did that audit come out? With a bug. And how were Dero's bulletproofs come out? Did they have that bug or not? And they were released before Monero's bulletproof. So what does it tell you about Dero's devs?
That's not a proper response. We were waiting on a third-party math audit to be finished, right? We were waiting on that third-party math audit to be finished.
Maybe because you are incompetent, because Dero's bulletproofs didn't have your bug. So what exactly are you trying to shame Dero devs for? Tell me. They didn't have the bug. You had the bug. So what's the problem here? Because they shamed you, because they exposed how incompetent your developers are, that you had to pay for third-party developers to find your bug, and they didn't have it.
Listen, man, so exactly you sound very angry. Like, I'm really just trying to have a conversation with you here, but you're here like...
Why is a third-party audit a bad thing, though?
Yeah.
A third-party audit's a good thing. Like, why wouldn't you want to have a third-party audit? Even if you guys think you're like, the best developers like in the world, and you could never make a mistake.
A bounty is better than a third-party audit, because third-party auditors can be bribed. I mean, there is no guarantee of anything. In Dero's case, you never had any critical bugs. Even the bulletproof double counting bug that Monero had, Dero didn't have it. It was the only CryptoNote implementation that didn't have it. I mean, this is a matter of fact. Now, we can dance around it, we can deny it, and we can talk about like you didn't hire an auditor, but who cares? It's like, who cares?
Okay, like, I can respond to that. Will you let me respond to that or not? Or are you going to interrupt me and start yelling at me again? Okay. So I'm sure you know what best practices are. You sound like someone that's pretty intelligent, that knows how to code, that knows how to review this stuff. So there's something called best practices. And especially when you're at the beginning of the creation of a chain like Dero in the first couple years, and you're integrating some new kind of crypto, right? You're rolling your own crypto, and that's an extremely difficult thing to do. So you have to take very, very careful steps. So waiting for the math audit is important because, yes, your bulletproofs do share some aspects with Monero bulletproofs. It's not a completely unique implementation, meaning that if there is some kind of bug, if there is some kind of problem, yes, it's very possible that a third-party audit is going to reveal that, and it might affect your chain. You just don't know until that's done. So why wouldn't they wait? Why wouldn't Dero wait the 2 months or 3 months necessary till that math audit is complete before integrating a new crypto protocol into a production running chain? That's not best practices. And sure, you can say in this case, nothing bad happened, but that's really besides the point, because the question in my mind is about best practices.
Yes. Can I answer?
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
I think the best practice is to, first of all, have a competent team, and Dero had this, obviously. Now, we don't know Dero's team is completely anonymous, and the only thing that speaks for them is their track record, and there has never been any critical bug in any of their work. Even Luke's latest so-called article disclosure, full disclosure attack, I mean, that was 90% of the attack, is to make this bug look like it was something critical for privacy when it was not. There's never been any such thing like the double counting bug in Monero. Now, we don't know who Dero's developers are, but it would make sense that if your developers, maybe they're developers who are the same guys who audited. I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe if you have got tier developers, that they are not going to pay for an auditor, but they would rather put out a bounty, because a bounty is not, auditing is a ritual. Auditing is about shifting blame. It's a bit like consulting in banking, that you hire a consultant so that you can blame them if something goes wrong. It's the same with the auditor. So if the auditor didn't catch the bug, and then what? If the auditor doesn't catch the bug, then who do you blame? The auditor, not Riccardo Spagni. But end of the day, Monero Core was an incompetent team. That's why they had to hire so many outside developers to do the research and the heavy work for them. And Dero never needed to do this because it had competent developers. So now you are trying to compare apples and oranges. For this, I would say, like, it's a long answer, but just dig deeper into the history of these two protocols, because you can't really compare these two. And the fact that Monero hired an auditor doesn't mean anything really about their good practices or best practice. Maybe if you are incompetent, yeah, you should hire an auditor.
I tend to think that's I mean, that's an interesting way of framing it, but audits are important, and a lot of stuff does come out in audits sometimes. Like, sure, you could say, well, you're incompetent, so you hired an auditor, but you could also just say, hey, we know that we're fallible, so we hired an auditor. It's good to get a third-party external view. And so it's weird to me to hear you like kind of make these accusations that are not quite accusations, like, oh, well, you're incompetent, so you hired an auditor. Oh, you're trying to offload blame to somebody else. Like, that just, man, that sounds so biased, right? It's hard. Because I'm not, again, bro, remember, I'm not at the level like you are to be able to go evaluate the cryptography for myself. I'm not at the level to go like dig into the implementation of Monero's code. I'm just like basically looking externally at like just some simple indications. So
I have nothing against auditors. What I'm saying is that the difference between me and you is that you think that auditors are the only way. I'm saying that there is hiring an auditor and there is putting up a bounty, and they opted for putting up a bounty because maybe they couldn't find an auditor that they considered competent enough to review their work, and Monero opted for an auditor. I mean, they are different. You seem to think that the only way to do this is through an auditor, and you have seen many things go wrong with auditors because I mean, just look at the Solidity smart contracts. And in Dero's case, they opted for a bounty. And in this case, with Luke Parker, you had a guy who found a vulnerability, not critical, but still he could have earned something. He could have gotten part of that bounty had he acted responsibly and disclosed it responsibly. Instead, not only did he go for full disclosure, but he went for hype full disclosure, for a sensationalist full disclosure to sow panic among Dero users, which I find it unacceptable. I mean, this is bad practice.
He tried to message some developers and he never got a response after a good while. He never released a proof of concept publicly yet.
He tried to establish contact, which is probably he reached out to some developers and said, hey, I know I have a vulnerability, pay me. So, I mean, how many scammers contact developers promising to have found some bug? He never disclosed the bug. As far as I know, he only contacted some moderator that isn't even part of the Dero core team. He never contacted anyone from the Dero Foundation. I don't know who
when you get a DM from Luke Parker telling you
there's no proper process.
Contacted somebody like techleaks.
I mean, who is Luke Parker anyway? Like, I mean, what has he built? I mean, he has built a DEX.
He's a cryptographer. He built Sarai. Yeah, he's doing full chain membership.
Yeah, it's full of cryptographers out there.
We got Ofren. What's going on, man?
Will just disclose the bug in DM to captain and wait for an answer. He hadn't waited even 48 hours from the moment he attempted contact.
TechLeaks, you're the one who social engineered him to not wait. TechLeaks is saying that he went out of his way to disclose it, but TechLeaks is the one that told him to disclose it publicly and offered to pay him to do it. Acted like he was a part of the Dero community. If anybody wants to be mad at anybody for making it public and so in discourse, it should be TechLeaks. You're the one that asked for him to do it. He didn't do it in public until you told him, "I'll pay you a bounty to do it."
Not really. He wrote the article.
In the challenge, there was no mention.
He wrote an article, dude. Check his page. He wrote an article. I didn't. People were asking under the article, does this really work? He said, yes, it's proof of concept. And I told him, let's do a test. And he couldn't anonymize a transaction, but still he managed to find the amount in it. But still, he presented this as a Dero network de-anonymization attack. This is clownish. I mean, I don't know. This is a circus.
There's another thing I want to add. There's one thing I want to add here, man. Like, I can't even review your interaction with him because you blocked me on Twitter. I almost never talk to you. Yeah, I have some criticisms for Dero, but I've never like talked down at you on Twitter, yet you blocked me. I don't think that's in the spirit of good faith conversation. Personally,
all the time in Twitter now. I don't know why I blocked you. I don't know. I mean, depends. I have to review it and I'll get back to you on why I blocked you. I can't answer you on that right now.
And you mentioned Dero is like a fully homomorphic encryption chain, which is a false claim. It's a partial homomorphic.
No, it's not.
Made up stuff. It's not even a full homomorphic encryption thing. So why are you guys lying all the time?
No. So this is a common.
And another thing, in the original challenge, there was no mention of responsible disclosure.
What? Okay. So in Dero is
in the original challenge. Were there a clause about responsible disclosure? I don't see any of them. So you are not paying Luke his amount since he broke the bugs, and now you are making a mess over here.
No, there doesn't need to be a link. I mean, there can be a link, but there is the Dero Foundation, and there are the Dero developers who hang out on Discord, and he could reach out. I mean, you can see if he acted in good faith or not, because you can reach out, even though I don't know.
A privacy project.
You can reach out.
You keep talking about team.
Wow. What an
you keep talking about team and developers, but I only know about Captain. Can you name me one other developer from the Dero team? Somebody else that he could have contacted instead of Captain? Because he posted it on his GitHub publicly and let the whole public know that Dero needs to reach out to him to get the responsible disclosure, because he tried contacting them and nobody answered the phone.
Yeah.
And then you replied and said, "Oh, we don't believe you." So where is Captain and where is Captain's team? You keep saying there's more than one developer. Where are the other ones?
Yeah, there are many developers actually. There is Captain, who is the core team, and then there are others. And there is the Dero Foundation. You can find, for example, Cryptoid on Discord or also on Twitter, or the Dero Foundation account, or the Dero Foundation website, and you can reach out to them. Or he could reach out to Captain, or he could reach out to Dank. He's another developer close to the core team. But they didn't reach out. He did not reach out to any developer, and he didn't even wait for a reply. Like in less than 48 hours, this guy.
He got his reply from you.
No,
you reached out to him. If you didn't want him to put it out, then you should have contacted him and gave him the details of who he needs to contact. You contacted him representing the Dero community and told him to crack your transaction. And you told him to crack 2 transactions, not just one. You told him to crack 2.
I replied to his tweet where he posted his article titled "The Anonymization of the Dero Network." I did not reach out to Luke. Dude, check your fact. Check his tweet. That's where my exchange with him happened. I had him blocked. I unblocked him.
You just said that you replied to his tweet. In other words, you reached out to him. What are you talking about? You can't just play word games out here.
His tweet.
Did he contact you? Did he contact you, or did you reply to his?
I replied to his tweet. A Dero community guy.
Okay, so you contacted him, right?
Bro, I am a Dero user.
And in Monero, we're all Monero users.
Yeah, take a break.
Oh, in Monero, none of us are captain. In Monero, none of us are captain.
I'm
Okay.
not a developer. I'm not the Dero Foundation. I'm a user. I saw bad news. I answered. I'm not. I bear
And
no
Kaya is the same thing. He's a user.
Who?
Just because he's a developer doesn't mean that he runs Monero.
He calls himself a researcher, and he engaged in full disclosure in
research. Yeah. He researched and then disclosed the bug. But he didn't put the proof of concept out. Maybe he should put it out right now. Maybe he should just release it right now. Maybe instead of the 10,000 to you, maybe he should have just gone to the FBI and offered it to them.
He has already shown his colors. He refused to engage in responsible disclosure. I don't get.
No, if he wanted to show his colors, he would have gone. He would have gone, and he would have sold it on the darknet, and he would have never told you.
Yeah, of course, he could have gone out with his girlfriend and not been on Twitter at all today. Yeah, of course. The point is that if he wanted to do this right, he had to opt for responsible disclosure, like the Big Bang attack on Monero was responsibly disclosed. That was also a partially de-anonymizing attack on Monero. You know, this is the same kind of vulnerability on Dero, maybe weaker, but that's how you do the thing. You do it right. You don't do it like a clown on Twitter, making it look bigger than it is and calling it de-anonymization of the Dero network. Like you have to be like.
No, actually, for example, when it came to TX Extra, you know how that disclosure came about? Somebody just started putting the MRL logs on chain. It doesn't. Nobody cares how it gets disclosed. Nobody cares. And the fact that he even reached out and he didn't put the proof of concept out, you're just full of you're full of dog poop, yo. Like I don't know what you're talking about. You offered the guy money. You offered him money with your big Dero symbol on.
Yeah, you're making
disconnect. I'd like to interject here. Okay. I think it's important to interject here. This is an important issue. So you can see on screen. I've shared my screen here. This is the Luke's GitHub post on when he found the bug. So just really quickly as a side, yes, Monero has had we had the potentially a blackball attack that brought us down to about 5.5 ring size members, right? We've had other privacy attacks. We've had other privacy bugs. Like we're not claiming to be free from privacy bugs. So we're not defensive when it happens, but we are like, hey, here's what the reality is. And okay, I can respect if you're trying to say, hey, this wasn't a completely like pwnage of our chain. Okay, fair enough. But like let's not try to speak with exaggerated language. So let's just see what Luke said about it in the thing that he posted on GitHub before the Twitter interaction took place. He says that he found it on May 14th. He tried to contact your lead dev, who is Captain Dero, apparently, and tried to inquire, if they could report those findings. And then he just didn't get any response from him for 48 hours. There's that $50,000 bug bounty that you mentioned. And then so he didn't get a reply from the maintainer. So I guess I'm sorry, I misspoke. Captain Dero is your lead maintainer, who might not be. Maybe he isn't a dev. That's kind of like Fluffy Pony wasn't really a dev for Monero, but he was a maintainer. Anyways, so he tried to contact another developer, and they said, "Well, what you're looking at is probably a misunderstanding." This is where things seem to start to go wrong in my mind. Like, it's not like there should be concern here. Like, hey, if you found something, let's examine it. Not like, oh, you probably have a misunderstanding. So unless Luke is just outright lying here about what he said, this is concerning. This is something. It does look like he tried to responsibly disclose. And notice he said he was going to give you guys a week. Let's see the proof of concept. So he created a proof of concept. He said he'd release it in a week to give people to prepare. And that it's not optimized. So it's like he gave you guys time to respond. He tried to responsibly disclose. So it's weird to hear you say that he was just being a clown. It seemed like his only recourse after people blowing him off and not responding to him was Twitter. So what do you have any like direct response to that without calling him a scammer, in neutral language? Can you respond to some of this?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I don't think you are hearing me. Like, I'm not saying Monero is free of bugs or that I'm expecting Monero to be free of bugs. Bugs are part of this, are part of the game here. They happen all the time. I mean, Bitcoin had them, Monero had them, Dero had the first one, like sort of serious, like not critical, but still. And the problem with how Luke acted is that he, as I said in the beginning, he not only opted for full disclosure, he also exaggerated the bug. This is the point that you are missing. Luke's article says, de-anonymization of the Dero network. Do you know what that means? De-anonymization of the Dero network means that you can de-anonymize the entire network. that you can find my transaction history by using Luke's attack vector. But that's simply not possible, because with using Luke's attack vector, you cannot even de-anonymize one of my transactions. You can only, if I give you the transaction ID with all the addresses in the ring, you can find the amount for which that transaction was, but you don't know who is the receiver, who is the sender, for whom that's a plus, for whom that's a minus. You don't know that. So this is what's wrong with how Luke acted. Now, if we, I mean, this is the real, you know, this is what really disappointed me, or what really makes me call him a clown, because you don't have to exaggerate it for more attention, right? So then Luke reached out to Captain. He didn't answer in 2 days. I mean, who said that Captain has to answer him within 48 hours? We don't even know who Captain is. You know, maybe Captain got a real life job. You know, maybe wait at least a week, 5 business days, let a weekend pass. I don't know. Common sense, right? If you act in good faith, you don't look for excuses to pull the trigger and then to go out full public and exaggerate, call it de-anonymization of the Dero network. It's just clownish.
Dude, this is all covered, though. This is all, everything you're saying right now is literally covered, where he mentions this, where the byte intended for the sender index was thoroughly mistakenly used for receiver index.
Can you scroll up at the title? Can you scroll up at the title? De-anonymization of the Dero network. That's clownish. I haven't even read the book.
That's exactly what it does. And he said that he found the receiver for your own transaction. Like he mentioned that.
But for one transaction, he found amount and receiver because it had a message. One of those transactions, if the transaction doesn't have a message, he cannot even find any receiver. It's just he can find only the amount. You cannot de-anonymize Dero this way. You can only find for certain transactions who used a certain version of a certain wallet, you can find the transaction amount, but that's it. He calls it the anonymization of the Dero network. Now, how is that fair play? How is that not a malicious
it's worse because it's the newer version that has the problem. It's the newer version. And also, that's huge. No. Like, even if he doesn't find
the receiver in the amount. It's the Engram newer version that received a contribution from a community dev that wasn't merged to the official wallet, I think. But it's not the new. We have to wait for Captain on that to hear the full, because Luke is not really reliable. So I mean, just look at the title. He calls it the anonymization of the Dero network. I mean, that's crazy.
That's
this guy has gone nuts. Luke,
that's
we're quibbling over grammar here. That's a grammar quibble. Okay, maybe it is a bit of an exaggeration.
One transaction. How to de-anonymize the network? You need to be able to tell me what is my
power. We understand. I get it. I get what you're saying. You're saying that Luke, in his language, exaggerated the nature of the bug, but it sounds in some ways to me like you're trying to say, well, because Luke exaggerated it, the bug is basically like nothing and it doesn't exist and it doesn't matter. And you're taking small. Okay. So you can at least admit that, yes, there's a bug there. Yes, absolutely. It can harm users. And yes, it's a weakness. The other thing that I would just like to see you acknowledge is that it does look like Luke tried to responsibly disclose this and he didn't get a response from Captain Dero. Fair enough. Maybe he's in the hospital for all we know. But this other dev that he contacted after not getting a response from Captain Dero kind of blew him off, right? Like that's, you understand like how this kind of thing can escalate, right? You would say
that was a Xylem. He's not a dev. The other guy he contacted was a Xylem. He's a designer or some guy. He does volunteer work for Dero. He's not a developer, and he's a volunteer moderator in the Dero Discord. He's not a developer. So I don't know how Luke didn't really show a minimum of good faith in the way he acted. You know,
can you describe the proper process then for like that he should have gone through? Who should he have contacted? What's the process he should have gone through?
So I would have reached out if I was in his place. I would have reached out to Captain on Element. Or I would have reached both out to Discord and Element. I would have said, who can I speak to? I found a vulnerability research there in the general Discord channel. So everyone would have seen it. There would have been proof that he saw it. Other people would have known that something is going on, you know, just to be careful. I don't know. So then I would have waited for someone to get back to me. Probably it would have been Captain or Cryptoid or someone from the foundation. And then I would have taken it with them in private and explained to them, etc., etc. If after, I don't know, weeks or 1 month, they showed no willingness to acknowledge the bug or to acknowledge his work or his research and stuff, then he would have gone public. I mean,
That's
1 week. Let's make it 1 week. The point is that he didn't do any of this. He didn't even join Discord. He didn't post anything on Discord. He just PM'd someone, waited less than 40 hours.
Privacy project on Discord? Okay, I wanted to ask something. Do you consider Dero as a
privacy Discord? Is the team? You got to reach the team. They are humans. Where are you going to reach out to them? where on Discord.
Okay,
that's where
I wanted to ask
not on Discord.
Honestly, can you say?
Discord isn't private.
Honestly, can you say?
On Element, or use an email.
Oh boy. Okay, 1 second. I wanted to ask something. Do you really consider Dero as a proper FOSS project, free and open source project?
Well, this is another, of course. Let me ask you another question. Do you know the history of Dero and Monero?
Oh boy, seriously, you cannot even answer that. Okay, just tell me.
Dero is an open
very
source.
Question.
Dero is.
I do want to hear I do want to hear his version of the history. I would like to hear.
Okay, tell your history. Then I will again ask another question.
Okay, no, I'll first, out of respect to you, I'll answer your question. And yes, Dero's code is public. Anyone can review it. That's how Luke found the bug, right? Because the code is public and open source. It has a research-only license, which means you, little buddy, cannot steal it, like Riccardo Spagni did with BitMonero. They stole the code, they hard forked it from Thankful for Today, and they launched Monero with the excuse that we are better at marketing, but they were a bunch of morons with barely code, so they waited 3 years to release a GUI wallet. So that thing is not going to happen again. Forget about it. That's why Dero has a research-only license, so that morons from Tel Aviv, like Guy Ziskind and all the scammers from Silicon, cannot just come there, copy-paste it, and launch a new brand, and go and seek funding from their VC friends, etc., and say, we did this, because nobody knows about Dero. That's why Dero has a research-only license, but it's open source in the sense that anyone can review the code, how every piece of the software of the Dero machine works, of the architecture works. So yeah, that's my answer to you. And
basically a source-only code. So it's basically a source-only project. Dero makes Zcash look better.
Dero is
another
a
question.
Project that you cannot copy.
Yeah, fine,
That's it.
Whatever.
You cannot
okay,
copy
we will
and
get
steal.
to the semantics
Why do you want to copy
later.
and steal other people's work? I don't get it. Why? What are you, a communist? Why do you want to steal other people's work? You can review it, you can conduct research on it, but you cannot rebrand it and call it mine. That's simply what you cannot do. What Riccardo Spagni did with
free and
Monero,
open source project. Okay, fine.
Monero,
Yeah,
you cannot do it. Why is it unacceptable to you, buddy? Why?
Okay, yeah, let me ask.
Because I use Linux.
Semantics later. Wait. One second. Let's
so you can see what question. You run. That's exactly Dero, but you cannot steal it.
One second. You said like you have an amazing team. Okay, tell me. Have you found any such team, which cannot even disclose proper way? They cannot maintain their own GitHub. They cannot maintain their own Git instance. Have you seen the issues at Dero project? Is any of them are even addressed properly?
No, I don't see. I think you have issues with them. It doesn't make them Dero's issues. Like, you want them to mess with the code continuously. Maybe these guys do some research first, they plan, they execute, they release, and then they iterate in small steps because there are no critical bugs, no reason to take the network down, etc. That doesn't mean that they are not working on it. It doesn't mean that they are not working on other upgrades, etc. Just because there can be also private, work done in private. It doesn't all have to be public. So I think this is your problem, and you are projecting it on Dero. Maybe you have to amplify your understanding of it, to accommodate what's going on there, because you see.
Oh, really? Okay, Tux, can you do one thing? Can you just put up my latest link? I'll just show him what he's even talking about. I think basic understanding, I think no one can get if they don't understand the full picture. Doug, Tux, can you just post the link? It's in GitHub. Yeah, just post that link, posted by Trevor Dorr at 2022.
Yeah.
At the year of 2022, there was a post. Basic Dero project doesn't even qualify to fulfill a basic security function of elliptic curves of 120-bit security. So can you answer, if you have such an amazing team, why cannot they even respond to this post?
Maybe because, first of all, I'm not the team, so you'd have to ask the team about this. Like, honestly, I don't know why you are asking me about, I don't know. It's like asking me about something someone else did. Like, I don't know.
There is a problem with Dero. You cannot understand. Like,
Dero has so much
flaws
with
you cannot even
you are used to scams. I mean, there is a problem. Maybe because this is not. Maybe because they address this another way. I don't know. Reach out, ask them. Have you asked Captain about this? Have you asked Captain about this?
Have you
apparently Captain is not available for comment.
Have you been in the Dero Discord since
talk about false prophets? Jeez, the way you talk about Captain, it's like he's like some god.
He is the coder of Dero, and he's asking me, dude, there is a problem with you, not with Captain or with Dero or with the developers. Like, you are asking a random dude over on Twitter over something that has nothing to do with me. Like, have you asked them? No, you haven't. So
because exactly they were not responding. Captain, remember, Captain didn't respond. That's kind of how we got here.
This is from 2000.
There's a couple other things.
Do you even know how open source project works?
I would like to offer a little bit more. I'm actually reading through Kayaba Nerv's GitHub post here. There's a few more things I think are worth noting. This wasn't an active exploit that, if patched, no one could be compromised. Eventually, the knowledge of this exploit, whether quote unquote responsibly disclosed or not, was going to reveal transaction amounts and messages in the Dero network. It was a passive attack. So it's not like it could be patched before it could be exploited. It doesn't matter. It's already there, and it's going to be like all of these messages are going to be undone anyways. So what Kayaba is saying here is that because he wasn't able to find any responsible disclosure procedures other than, hey, reach out to some communities and maybe we'll get back to you in like a week or so. And so what's happening here is like he's faced with the decision of, do I disclose this? I tried to like get the developer's attention quickly. It's been a couple days. Some other person that didn't even inform me that he wasn't a developer. That's like, this guy didn't inform Luke that he was not a developer, and he didn't like say, hey, well, I'm not a developer, but get in contact with these people. Right. So after like trying to make some contact, not getting any contact, and then having to ask himself, should I just remain silent while people on Dero do things that could compromise their privacy? Their privacy is going to be compromised anyways in the future once this thing gets published, regardless of responsible disclosure. So I'm going to go to the internet now. I'm going to go to Twitter and let people know that there's a danger here. To me, that is responsible. Like, that's responsible to limit the amount of people using Dero for encrypted messaging, particularly. But just transactions in general, like that is responsible because you stop the bleeding right away because Dero was unable to be contacted in a reasonable time frame. And for stuff like this, man, 48 hours is a reasonable time frame. Okay. I'm just saying that
and on top of all that, then you have the audacity to call him a scammer.
Wait a second.
It's completely illogical.
The reason I call him whatever I call him is because, as I explained previously, can you please scroll up at the title of his article? He calls it de-anonymization of the Dero network.
No,
he does not call it partial de-anonymization. He does not call it de-anonymization of Dero messages. He's a clown.
So how can you tell me? This is a debate tactic. You're trying to distract from the core issue by quibbling with the grammar that he exaggerated. Okay, maybe he did exaggerate. I already gave you that. I already give you that.
He's trying to sow panic because people sold. Have you seen the liquidity of Dero? You know how many people sold at a loss because of Luke's article? Have you seen? I mean, just look at the liquidity. It's like 50K, 100K. I know at least a couple of people myself who dumped pretty decent bags, after Luke's article because, whoa, Luke de-anonymized Dero. But that's retarded of Luke, like redacted.
Oh no, your precious Dero.
But he did not de-anonymize Dero.
Technically, answer this one for me. Answer this one for me. Are you sure he didn't?
Scroll up at the... Can you please? Yes.
No, are you sure that he didn't do it? And are you? No, he didn't. He might not have told you the whole story. He might have told you chapter 1. Are you sure he didn't?
He didn't what?
De-anonymize the entire network. Are you sure he didn't?
I am sure that what he has written here has nothing to do with anonymizing.
Well, that's what he wrote there. That's not what he's. That's not what he said to Captain. That's not what he's. That's not what he's got in the responsible disclosure.
It's called BSV. Go there. There you always add to whatever the guy says. He's playing 3D chess. Yes, Luke has de-anonymized, has a quantum computer in his basement. Bro, look at what he has written. It has nothing to do with de-anonymizing Dero. Simple as that. Over. Like,
so in many cases,
are you still claiming that Dero doesn't have a problem? After all of this, you're still claiming Dero doesn't have a problem. Your captain or whatever they are, they cannot even address a simple problem just posted on 2022. Huge time have passed.
He's not saying Dero doesn't have a problem.
Cannot even fix that. 2022, it's your problem, brother. Not Dero's.
He's not saying that Dero doesn't have a problem. He just said what the problem is. His friends dumped their bags. He just said that. That's the problem. That is that the Dero guys are dumping their bags. Why did you bring it up?
No,
why did you bring it up? All these people dumped their bags.
Oh my, let me explain. Good question, because the way Luke behaved, his reckless behavior, okay, cost people, because he titled his article "De-anonymization of the Dero network," which is false. This should have been partial de-anonymization of Dero messages, partial de-anonymization or full de-anonymization of Dero messages, partial de-anonymization of certain Dero transactions. Like that, it would have been okay. But de-anonymization of the Dero network, you know, some people went into full panic mode, dumped everything, you know, and I don't know if when they decide to buy back, I don't know how the liquidity is going, how the game is being played. My point is, this is exactly what Luke did, and when you can, where he shows his true colors, his choice of words, you know, that choice of words.
Tell me, as a champion of capitalism, as a champion of capitalism, why would someone even buy a weaker project? Tell me why.
Yeah, let's give
another thing.
So your problem is just the fact that it's titled de-anonymization, and you think it should be partial de-anonymization. But do you also agree that what he's been able to discover is that's still pretty massive? That's still very concerning for anyone who's using Dero and who has used Dero in the past.
As I said, like if Luke had disclosed this responsibly, okay, if Luke had acted in good faith.
Well, I don't think anyone here agrees with that statement.
No, wait, let me finish. Let me finish a second. Okay, maybe I'm too much of a gentleman, but if Luke had acted and behaved like a gentleman, you know, I don't care that he's a Monero.
Bro, you are the furthest thing from a gentleman. Go ahead, continue.
No, I am a gentleman.
You talk about playing with you're talking about playing with words. You said, "Tell me the balance of this transaction, and I'll give you 10,000 Dero." And then he did it. You said, no. Let me move the goalpost. And then you moved the goalpost, and he did it again.
Let's read my tweet. I said, de-anonymize the transaction. I did not say find the value. I said, de-anonymize.
I wish I could. You blocked me.
No, you can ask your friends. There are plenty of screenshots around. Look, if Luke had acted seriously in good faith, I think he would have deserved the bug, and it would have been really disappointing if the Dero team hadn't awarded him the bug, if he had properly disclosed it, discussed it with them, and then given them the time or the mode to implement a patch and etc. And then if they hadn't acknowledged his research, and if they hadn't awarded him, even in that case, you can make that, you can argue that they should have given him, if not 50,000, 10,000 or something, because it was still.
So what you're saying. What you're saying is that he shouldn't he shouldn't contact Dero anymore. That he should just go straight to the FBI and go get like 400,000 and just never tell you about it. That's what you're saying?
No, this is your fantasy. That's not what I said. What I'm saying
is it's not my fantasy. You're making excuses to not pay him for the bounty. So if he's not going to get paid for the bounty, you're telling me that he shouldn't just go shop it off to somebody that will pay him?
If he had acted responsibly, first of all, if he had not mischaracterized the bug, because I don't know how accurate, but I saw a screenshot of a private message he sent, maybe to Asylum, I don't know, I saw it on Twitter, where he calls this a critical privacy bug. This is not a critical privacy bug. Critical privacy, I would say, when you de-anonymize
it is a critical privacy bug. Like was said, it's a passive attack, and it affects past transactions. Yes. It's not something that you could just fix that right now, and then yesterday's transactions are okay. It doesn't happen. Anything somebody does today is crackable by anybody that has the proof of concept.
No, nothing. Not transactions. Nothing. Transactions. You can
and the amounts.
You are aware that amounts are a critical aspect for chain analysis and de-anonymizing centers.
Especially when you claim to be a privacy coin. When you claim to be a privacy coin, you can't just be claiming to be a privacy coin and have public transactions.
And according to the paper, a certain amount of the transactions are fully de-anonymized.
No, listen to me. When in Dero, even if I gave Luke my address, you know, I give him my address, and he uses this method, he can go and look all the transactions where my address appears. Okay, in no way he can't even know in which of those transactions I am a receiver or a sender, and in which I'm just a decoy address, because the way Dero works is my address is all the time appears in transactions. So just because you know the amount, it doesn't tell you anything, unless, of course, if we do a puristic, of course, it's not a good thing. Of course, I'm not saying this is a nothing burger, because as I said, it deserves, I would have acknowledged it had he behaved in good faith, had he not tried to exaggerate this in order to sow panic among users. But the way Luke acted, like invalidates any claim.
So like I said, if your name was Captain and Captain says, I don't like the way Luke acted, I'm not going to pay the bug bounty. Are you telling me that that's okay? Because then Luke could just go sell it to anybody else. He hasn't put it out yet. He hasn't released it yet. He hasn't given it away to anybody yet. There's no reason why he can't why he can't wait for Dero to be worth $1 billion before he puts it out. Why doesn't he just do that?
Yeah,
why doesn't he act like you and right? Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. You're the bad actor when you don't want people on Dero to know that their privacy is in danger.
No, I am happy to let people know. You are not listening to me. I'm saying, had Luke act responsibly and had Captain told him, no, I don't want to give you the bounty, then in that case, yes, that would have somehow given me cold feet about the whole Dero project. Then you would have had a point. Had Luke even simply gone for full disclosure without exaggerating the bug, I wouldn't have really called him a scammer or a clown, because you can do that. I mean, in this kind of space, I mean, competition is ruthless. You can go and attempt to like full frontal confrontation with the other project and expose them in what you saw. But when you go and you exaggerate the bug, you call it de-anonymization of the entire network. That in that case, he has definitively discredited himself. He shouldn't even be in the privacy space, because that's malicious.
One thing that you don't seem to understand is that Kaya.
Listen, okay, for the Dero team here.
Hang on. That's not how being just.
You are a champion of capitalism. Okay, tell me.
That's not
what kind of cryptographic
let Bawdy go. Hold on.
One person at a time. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bawdy.
That's not how discreditation works. Like, people misspeak all the time. I misspeak all the time. Sometimes I use an exaggerated language. Sometimes it can be appropriate even to use exaggerated language to catch someone's attention. Hey, be careful. You might de-anonymize yourself here on Dero.
Full homomorphic encryption.
So just because he made an just because the title of his disclosure might have been a bit exaggerated, doesn't discredit the disclosure and the bug itself. And there's another thing that's important to point out here. You'll notice that I have a disclosure timeline pulled up. I pulled up Kaya's, we're screen sharing here. Can you screen share with us? Can you find where the proper disclosure in the Dero project, what is the proper disclosure procedure? Can you find that page for us? Because apparently Kaya tried to find it and he couldn't find it. So all I'm saying is, like, if you could share your screen with us and show us, like, what's the proper bug disclosure procedure, that would help a lot.
Sure, I'll do that. First of all, I wanted to say that when you say how you would use words, how I use words, we are not researchers. And this is something that has been formalized among security professionals and researchers. As I said, it's called responsible disclosure. And when you find a vulnerability, okay, you have to characterize it appropriately. You cannot just by chance make it bigger than it really is and say, oh, sorry, I just used the wrong word by this. I meant this, I didn't mean that. Because in that case, you are doing in that case, that's an attack. Like the technical language for your behavior, if you are so reckless and so idiotic that you don't pick the right word, that's an attack on that software, on those users.
So screen sharing speaks louder than whatever you're saying. So please show us Dero's responsible disclosure instructions. Because Monero has HackerOne. I want to see what Dero's is. Monero has HackerOne. What is Dero's?
Monero applies the same standard to ourselves, by the way. I've seen Monero developers call various attacks, various weaknesses, various bugs in Monero de-anonymization attacks. Maybe we just have a different language about this, but in some cases, I've even been surprised at the Monero devs saying, hey, this is a de-anonymization attack. Like, for example, where they were able to tell the sender the true output spend of transactions sent within the first block after the lock expiry. That was labeled as a de-anonymization attack, even though it was, in my mind, it was more like a weakness of Monero's, a weakening of your anonymization. And in some cases, some limited cases, particularly with interacting with exchanges, yeah, that would have been a de-anonymization event for some small amount of people, but it wasn't for the whole network by any means, and it wasn't for all transactions. It was for a very small minority of transactions when you really get down to it, like in the practical effects. So just know that Kaya is speaking with the kind of language that we apply to ourselves also in Monero. So I don't think that Luke here was being necessarily exaggerating. He didn't say full, complete, and total de-anonymization of all Dero transactions and the unwinding of the network. He just called it a de-anonymization attack. He didn't elaborate exactly the details of that de-anonymization in the title, but then later on, he demonstrated what that was specifically. So I just don't see anything that's like positively bad faith there. And I can see how from his perspective, it was like, yeah, I tried to contact him. There doesn't seem to be a procedure for this. I kind of got blown off, and it's a passive attack. So these transactions are getting unwound anyways. I need to inform users. But man, if you can find it, like, please put the disclosure procedures up so we can all read them.
I will make it easy for you. I just Googled, first of all, as I explained earlier, we went through these ones. Responsible disclosure means that you reach out to the team. And if you go to the Dero.io page, if you can do it for me right now, you will see that there are many ways. There is a contact link or something. You can reach out on Discord. You can reach out on Matrix, on Element, and there are many ways you can reach out to the Dero developers. Now, simply because they didn't answer you within 2 minutes or 2 days, or when you wanted to be answered, doesn't really give you the right to go to be a clown and one, mischaracterize the bug that you found, and two, go public about it, and three, accuse, go to great lengths within the community, etc., to accuse the team, to start lecturing them about this and that. Look, so you guys see things and other people see things, like that's called bias. I'm trying to stick to facts here. Again, this is not a vulnerability that de-anonymizes the Dero network. This is something that only few people see. I don't know what you guys have, what sunglasses you're using or how. This is not a de-anonymization of the Dero network. This is a partial de-anonymization of certain transactions, and the de-anonymizations, if I understood it correctly, I'm waiting for Captain, of Dero messages. That
doesn't make that term incorrect, though. I mean, it still makes it correct, saying...
Of course it does, because de-anonymization of the Dero network means de-anonymization of the entire network. If, for example, you can do this with a coin that has a master key.
That's your specific interpretation.
You cannot do it with Dero. No, it's not mine, because the Dero network as a whole, it's not one. With this thing, you cannot even de-anonymize a single wallet. You cannot de-anonymize. I can give you 5 transactions. Even if I give you my address, you still cannot de-anonymize it. You don't know in which transaction. You cannot come out with my balance, even if you look at my whole transaction history, because you can't tell which transactions are mine and in which others my address is a decoy address. So this is what Luke did. You cannot.
It's a partial de-anonymization, but that still makes it a type of de-anonymization. But I don't think anyone here is going to agree on
Big Bang attack on Monero was described as a partial de-anonymization attack. Nobody said this is a de-anonymization attack of the Monero network. That would have been clownish.
So maybe it's more fair to say it's a partial de-anonymization attack, but I don't think it's necessarily false to say that it is just a de-anonymization attack. I think no one here is going to agree on the terminology with that. I think we should move on.
All right, I think we beat this particular aspect.
Yeah, no one's going to agree.
I just have one thing to comment.
Yeah.
I just have one comparison to comment.
Let's get Untraceable up here. I see Untraceable back. Untraceable.
How's it going, Untraceable? In MRL yesterday, there was a link posted, and the link was to a research paper. The title of the research paper is De-Anonymizing Transactions Originating from Monero Tor Hidden Service Nodes. This was never disclosed responsibly. This is just a research paper that was put up on a research website. So I don't know what you're crying about. It happens all the time.
I'm not crying.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And second of all, okay, I wanted to ask Techleak one more thing. Tell me what Dero has even contributed to the cryptography space. Everything you have, it's half-assed and it's already there. Exactly, tech is already there. So tell me, what has Dero even done?
Right. Okay.
What kind of, okay, as a
I'll tell you.
champion of capitalism, tell me what the Dero team has even done.
Okay. I don't know if you know about Dero. I mean, I don't know how deep, because you are kind of off topic. It's like Dero is the first fully homomorphic L1, which means it's in fully homomorphic.
Again, another lie. It's not fully homomorphic encryption.
It's always in encrypted state. This is why, despite also this vulnerability, you cannot find anything about single accounts, because they are always encrypted, because they are
Traceable. What's up, man?
In encrypted state.
What's up, guys? What are we talking about?
And there is also.
We gotta start from the beginning.
Okay.
The beginning was the word, and the word was with God.
Okay, so just one thing real quick. I actually have 3 points, but just to reply to what you just said, is it really always encrypted if, well, it's just, they just reveal the amounts?
Yes, but
anyway, you don't have to answer that.
No, I'll answer that. Sure, that. That's
okay.
always encrypted. Just the way they are, those things are paired, the message with the amounts. That's because knowing when the message is null and there is a mismatch there, a pairing of some a simple design thing that just has to be split. If I would wait for Captain to answer on this, but yes, they are encrypted, and then he recursively goes through to guess the amount, and he brute forces it basically because it doesn't break the encryption. And by let me finish. By this bug can be easily fixed, and once you fix it, again, that amount you can no longer calculate it or brute force it. And the bigger design issue you have in Monero is that you have the UTXO model, accounting model, which requires key images, which you cannot fix. I mean, that's a proper attack vector on Monero. On Dero, you don't have key images. Like because Dero uses the account model, you don't have key image. It eliminates key images. You have this simple bug that you can fix it easily. But how are you going to fix key images on Monero? You can't. You have to change completely. So that's the difference between a problem at an architectural level and a simple bug because someone overlooked something. It's a human mistake, or maybe it was intended to be there. Who the fuck knows? Maybe they wanted people to find it. Developers.
Okay, do you know the difference between fully homomorphic encryption and partial homomorphic encryption? Do you even know the difference?
Have you studied the history of? I wrote an article about this. You need to study the history. Basically, okay.
Okay,
wait, hold on, guys. Let's
I got
it. Let untraceable.
Yeah, let untraceable, guys.
Okay, I got it. So
it's all about staying always encrypted. Now, how many operations you can do?
Let untraceable talk. Hold up.
Okay, yeah, I get it. It's permanently encrypted unless the devs don't audit the code, and then it gets decrypted. Got it. All right, so the 3 points I wanted to make is about, first of all, Dero is not open source. It's source viewable. When something is open source and you fork it, you're not stealing. That's a contribution because that forked code is also open source, and the original coders benefit from the improvements and advancements from the people who fork it and continue to develop it, etc. So that's why we have Linux and several distros of Linux, and that's why it's so massively improved and come a long way over the years. And if it was just research purpose only, then we wouldn't have that.
Well, can I answer?
That's also something that prevents other developers from contributing to Dero, which could be a reason. Which could be a reason why this bug wasn't caught earlier, because it's not open source; it's source viewable.
Not really. The reason why this bug was caught is because it's source viewable. You can view it. It also has a research license. Simply, you cannot steal it. That's why, because this is a cryptocurrency. This is not Linux, man. This is different. Like, I don't know if you can compare.
Yeah, it's not here. Linux.
Because I don't know. Do you know the history of how Monero Core hijacked BitMonero? Maybe you should look that up. Basically, they kicked out the original developer who built the Genesis block because Monero Core,
the original developer was a scammer.
Developers.
It was an actual scam.
No, it wasn't. BitMonero was not a scam. Bytecoin maybe was a scam. BitMonero was not a scam. You guys are cool.
BitMonero even had fast mining built into it.
You don't even know the history of Monero.
I thought you were talking about Bytecoin.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about BitMonero.
Yeah, I know the history.
About Bytecoin. No, you don't, because you said BitMonero was a scam. BitMonero was not a scam.
I was talking about Bytecoin.
Nobody said BitMonero was a scam. You're the first person to bring up the name BitMonero. You said that we forked it away, and we said that it was forked away from scammers.
You are triple dosed vaxxers. Like, you guys are brainwashed. The guy who developed BitMonero is the guy who exposed the Bytecoin scam and restarted it from block 0. And he rebuilt the Genesis block. And then after 2 weeks, Monero Core stole his chain with the excuse of marketing, because we are better at marketing. And they did not launch another Genesis block. They hard forked it to kick him out. Why? Because they couldn't code. Now, these are the guys against which, Captain, I guess, or the core team of Dero is trying to defend against, to fend off by putting that license, because we don't want to see another VC-backed group of hijackers come there, hijack the protocol, keep it stalling for 4 years so they accumulate and speed mine it, and then build a GUI wallet after 7 years, and then after go and pump and dump it on Binance. That's not what we are trying to do here. I mean, they are trying to build the first unstoppable private smart contract platform, which is different from the kind of pump and dumps that you are used to in VC coins and in Monero.
Okay, so that was my first point. Dero is not open source, and forking code is not stealing it.
You cannot steal
everyone benefits from someone
thieves
contributing to code. Okay, that was my first point.
Okay,
the second thing I want to ask you is, who are the protocol devs in Monero? Is Captain the only one?
The protocol devs in Monero?
No, in Dero.
So
is Dero the only Captain Dero? Is he the only protocol developer?
So Dero is quite, the culture in Dero is very, very cypherpunkish in this sense. Like, there is not a guy, and there is a team of developers that uses I mean, if you follow closely Dero, you will see that sometimes it's obvious that different people write from the Captain account. Like, it's obvious if you spend time there or if you review the messages. So obviously it's not one guy, because even if you review the Dero code base, because it's source viewable, so you can review it, you can read the code, you can see what they've built, like, for example, their database Graviton, or for example Gnomon, which is another one. All these pieces of tech, or the Astro BWT mining algo, which is the most egalitarian today, all these things you can if you evaluate, you know that they can't have been built by one single guy. So that's obviously
okay. So Captain Dero,
that use one pseudonym that is Captain Dero, but it's not one guy.
Okay, I understand. So Captain Dero is possibly more than one person. How long has it been since Captain Dero has been active online?
He was online, I think, last time it was 2 weeks, or maybe 1 month at most, when the 15th of April, like 1 month.
So how is someone supposed to responsibly disclose that to a group of potential people, which sounds kind of like it's not a group of people, because if it's a group of people, at least one of them would come online onto that account at some point in the past 2 months, wouldn't they? So how does someone
either that or it's an
disclosure?
organization?
How does someone responsibly disclose a critical privacy bug to someone who hasn't come online for 2 months?
Okay, so false assumption on, it's not like they have to come online every day, because it depends what security precautions they take, because they are privacy developers, like, what happened recently with Tornado Cash, etc. So I guess they are very careful, and they only, I would say, they use that account only if they have some important update to post, etc. And but there is, as I said, it's very easy. You just join a community on Matrix or on Discord, and you ask to reach out because you have found a vulnerability, you want to share it. And because on Dero there is actually also the Dero Foundation, and Cryptoid that is that works for the foundation, he's always on Discord. So had the guy Luke Parker, the founder of Seridex, and had he opted for responsible disclosure, he would have simply he would have had to simply reach out on Discord, post a message in the main, in the generator, or on Matrix somewhere where people would have seen it, and someone, I mean, like Cryptoid or Captain himself, or would have reached out to him. Or another way to responsibly disclose is to DM Captain, but wait maybe more than 48 hours. I don't know, just common sense.
But if he would have DM'd 2 months ago, he would still be waiting.
Yeah. So I want to actually circle back around. This is a time to circle back around to the website, because we asked you, hey, what's the proper disclosure procedure for Dero? And you said go to Dero.io. So here we are at Dero.io. We're going to go to documentation. You can see it says bounties, right? So we're going to click on bounties. Cool looking website. Let's learn more about bounties. Rewards of $50,000 for Dero testnet bugs. So this says Dero testnet bugs. Okay, I guess, is it a mainnet bug? Are y'all still in testnet? But anyways, there's some important links to start. But when we start following these links, okay, so we come to the GitHub here. Welcome to Dero. Okay, so now we've got to scroll through. I thought this was supposed to be taking us to how to claim a bounty, but now it's just taking us to the Dero GitHub. Okay, we went to a Dero blockchain explorer. I don't exactly see how this is a disclosure procedure, but let's go back to the Dero project. Let's go back to the Dero project on GitHub, right?
How about you make an account on the Dero forum and make a post there to start with? On that
but you told me to go to Dero.io. But furthermore, now we're at the top level Dero project. And let's go to the right here. People. There's 2 people here on this GitHub. So it's like most communities, the standard procedure on most communities that have a GitHub is that at least there's somebody every day that's going to, especially a big project, right? A production level project is going to have a GitHub or someone that's able to be contacted fairly easily. There should be an easy way to do this. And we were asking you, how many developers are there? Maybe there's hidden developers that we're not seeing and they're contributing code to one of these 2 people first. And it's kind of like there's a bit of a bottleneck there, and not in a bad sense. But all I'm saying is that it's not entirely transparently clear for us to see simply how this bug bounty should have been approached just from the website here.
Right, but the point here is that Luke, it's not like Luke tried his best for 1 week or even for 5 business days to reach out and nobody. It's simply that Luke sent a message, didn't receive a reply in 48. It's not even clear to whom, to one of the core developers or to someone else. And then he went full out. He published his findings with an exaggerated title. So as I said also in the beginning of this interview, like it's not such a big deal. I mean, for this kind of, he could have gone full disclosure on it. The problem is that he exaggerated the bug. So I think this closes up. And guys, I think
time doesn't matter because, like we covered earlier, like it doesn't matter when this finding would have been released. All the previous transactions would have been affected to some degree by this issue, and essentially he's saving people earlier by
no degree, only messages. It should have done anonymization of messaging.
So you don't think the users should be warned? Techleaks, you wouldn't have warned the users if you were in his position?
I would have not exaggerated. I would have not gone after sensationalist titles to attract attention and to sow panic.
But you wouldn't warn the users as soon as possible?
Absolutely, yes. I would have warned the users. Yes, I wouldn't. That would have been quite acceptable if he had just warned the users and gone, use the appropriate words. But he went for full de-anonymization of the Dero network. That's unacceptable, and that's irresponsible, reckless, and that's an attack on Dero. So I don't know.
Well, it's going to be interesting now to see how much long, because Luke did message Captain, DM'd Captain on Matrix, on Element. It's going to be interesting to see now how much longer is it going to take for Captain to respond. Is it going to be another 2 months? And another thing about, you're saying that the title of Luke's research was, what'd you say, over-exaggerated or misleading? But why is that? Because revealing the amounts potentially does de-anonymize the sender as well. Because
the amounts of what? Amounts of what? Of the transaction. It doesn't. Yes, it doesn't reveal the amounts, the balances of the account. So it doesn't even reveal sender and recipient in a normal coin transaction.
Luke revealed the amount of your transaction ID, correct?
That's all.
And he said he could find the receiver.
So being that now the amount is revealed and Dero uses ring signatures, couldn't you just look at the outputs and see which of the outputs in the ring matches the amount?
No, you can't. You don't. I think you have to study there. In Dero, all balances are encrypted, so you cannot look at any amounts.
But
moreover,
the amounts,
you don't even know
Luke just provided you the amount.
You can't. He did not provide the amount of. I told him that that's my transaction, but he doesn't know which one of those addresses is mine. And even if I give him the address, my address appears in endless other transactions. In most of them, it's just a decoy address. So you cannot do any of that. Like, it's totally pointless. He cannot de-anonymize anything. Zero. The only thing he could de-anonymize was the messages, and that was okay to say de-anonymization of messages, but that's it. Anyway, guys, I have to go. Thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you all. Sorry if I sometimes was too passionate, but as you know, like, I'm big on Dero. Thank you all. Bye.
See ya.
You're definitely big on Dero, man.
Yeah,
wow.
That's for sure.
Later, man. Thanks for answering our questions and interacting with us.
I hope he. I didn't want him to leave. I wanted to ask about when you brought up the developers on the Dero project. There was two of them. There was Captain and there was Slixe or SLIXE. SLIXE has their own blockchain called XELIS, which was updated 4 days ago and has all the same. It's basically Dero but written in Rust. So it doesn't seem like the developers are absent. They were active a couple days ago. So I don't know.
Are they basically claiming that Dero was started by Thankful for Today? Is that like one of their?
Sounds like it.
One of their claims.
That's not. They haven't. He didn't say that, but it sounded like he was mad that Fluffy Pony forked it away from somebody.
Yeah,
I don't know why anybody would be mad about
incompetent project.
Yeah, it was funny to listen. On one hand, the claim that on the one hand there was this claim that Dero is protected against people quote unquote stealing their quote unquote open source code because of the license, right? They did the license, and so the government makes it so you can't steal their code. And then on the other hand, the license of Monero made the code quote unquote stealable in a legal fashion, so it wasn't really theft, but he kept referring to it as theft. Like that's just a total contradiction, and in that position there.
Well, I don't know what this means for Dero participating in Monerotopia. I'm still down if they want to go participate.
Unfold. Like that's how I was going to try and end it, but he ended up.
What's that?
So we're just gonna have to watch this unfold. Like there was no point in arguing any further because like people just weren't agree on anything.
He's just one person in the community, and he's definitely not the best PR person for their project.
Very, very, very butthurt about this finding and that people are dumping Dero. So I think that's his main concern.
That is, honestly, at the end of the day, it's about his bags.
Concerned about the actual discovery of this partial de-anonymization and amounts and receiver, and for some transaction sender, which I think we covered. He keeps saying that he wasn't able to discover the receiver sender, but he was for some transactions, which I guess I don't know if it was clear if it was transactions that only had a message in it or not. But it's a pretty massive issue, and it's being downplayed. But anyway,
I thought that was very entertaining. You guys handled it very well.
We checked out their project. Hey, where's your disclosure? We kind of, like Kaya said a bunch of stuff, or Luke said a bunch of stuff, and then we went and kind of validated some of it. Like, hey, you're right. There is no clear disclosure procedure. We did it live on air. Like I hadn't dug that deep until this moment. So for me, that was educational.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Great job. All right, Bawdy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bawdy, for your insight.
So what hour mark are we? So we're almost 3 hours in. I guess you want to, let's run through the news real quick.
Let's
do it.
Yes. Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
These shows, man, are just marathons. Like so much happens in these shows. It's just ridiculous
this time. Can I just say how much I like Wizard Swap? I'm glad they're a sponsor because they're probably my new favorite swap service.
Very cool. I know we're proud to have them. We're glad they came to us.
All right, let's get into this.
Let's get into it. Dude, it's like there's so much to cover every week. It's unbelievable. It's getting hard to keep up.
I can find the right tab here. Which doesn't seem to be showing up.
Not able to open.
There we go.
Yep. Okay.
I'll share this one though. So once again, I did not have the utmost time to previously look through this news, so I am seeing this for the first time, just like you guys, some of you guys are. So this first sent link here is a tweet by Adam McBride. This is insane. Was Bitcoin designed to harm privacy? Hal Finney quote for XMRtopia magazine, May 13th, 1993. Wow. That was
This is I recommend people. Somebody posted because I tweeted about it as well, and then somebody responded with the link that will take you to the archive. We could read the full article. It's fascinating, and he pitches and explains digital cash in 1993. and explains the basic technology that will be required that can make it happen. He talks about cryptography, private and public keys, but perhaps most fascinating or entertaining about it is this paragraph over here. I can't really read it, Tux. What does he say? It's
right here. It says this area. It says be aware that there are other. Let's give that part. Digital cash is appropriate, but other electronic replacements for cash not only lack its privacy, but would actually facilitate computer monitoring by putting more detailed information into databases and by discouraging the use of cash. If you see a proposal for an electronic money system, check to see whether it has the ability to preserve the privacy of financial transactions, the way paper money does today. If not, realize that the proposal is designed to harm, not help, individual privacy. There you go.
There you go. That's Hal Finney, guys. He was
the same man that was looking on how to add more anonymity to Bitcoin.
Right. 2 weeks after being the first guy to basically run the Bitcoin software other than Satoshi. Yeah. So, very interesting. All right. What else we got?
Got a tweet by BawdyAnarchist. Executive order tells Chinese Bitcoin miners to vacate Cheyenne, Wyoming within 120 days. If you read the language used for the mining equipment and electrical infrastructure owned by Mine1, it becomes clear that the number one easiest attack vector on Bitcoin is its mining equipment. I've always said that having specific machines just used for the sole purpose of mining is a potential risk for when nation state decides to crack down on the network. Think about how many factories produce these, where they are located, which, most of them are China, if not like almost all of them, and how easy it is to either prohibit the import of these miners through import restrictions, etc. And of course, this is, primarily an issue with Bitcoin, with how you have to use these expensive, specifically designed ASICs to mine and to get any amount of reasonable hash rate. And most of these all come from China. So if the US could easily just prevent the imports of these from China, do more sanctions, whatever. And of course, the energy usage, they can probably try and crack down on people who have
right. And here's an example. There was an executive order apparently. What does that say? The executive order? No. The quote that the picture that he posted.
Yep.
Yeah.
See if a U.S. identified national security risk arising from the transaction relating to the proximity of the real estate to warrant a fee, as well as related risk associated with the presence of specialized equipment on the real estate used to conduct cryptocurrency mining operations, some of which is foreign sourced and presents national security concerns, and the presence of specialized and foreign source equipment potentially capable of facilitating surveillance and espionage activities. Oh no!
So that's great. So executive order. So the U.S. government basically telling these giant Chinese-owned Bitcoin miners that are located in the U.S. that they have to move their operations. So it's just an example of the fact that shows you that the U.S. government is capable of finding all the Bitcoin miners because they're just large corporations that do mining. Here's an example of the U.S. government telling them what they need to do. So it's not far-fetched to think the U.S. government might be telling them, we need you to censor transactions, whatever it may be. They're a target and they're accessible, and we're seeing it happen now in real time, where the U.S. government is basically being able to access and manipulate the Bitcoin mining network.
Yeah, it's both the companies that create the ASICs and then the people that actually mine it. Those are both corporations, so they can be easily controlled and shut down. How dare you use Chinese hardware? But we can spy on you. That's okay. But you can't use Chinese hardware. All right. Next, we got a tweet from Wall Street Silver. Average person there not trying to track and limit meat consumption. That's never going to happen. NYC Mayor, thanks to our corporate partners like American Express for helping NYC to track and limit meat consumption.
Announced that for the first time in our city's history, we're measuring just how much of an impact our food choices have on our emissions. First time we're doing this. We work with the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, and I want to take my hat off to a great corporate partner, American Express. Announced that for the first time in our city's history.
That's it.
Amazing.
Here we go. Beginning of the end, guys. It's happening.
You will eat the bugs.
Crazy.
Insane.
Crazy to see these things actually happen. I mean, this is in New York.
Yeah, New York's a little extra crazy, but this stuff always tends to roll out over time to everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a matter of time. All right, we got another tweet from BawdyAnarchist. Christine Lagarde says that climate change requires an overhaul of the entire economy in line with the net zero green transition and the need to reduce our carbon footprint in everything we do, from banknotes to how we supervise banks.
Last year were just a preview of what is to come. A hotter climate and nature loss are changing our economy and our financial system. At the ECB, we must understand this change to ensure financial stability and to fulfill our price stability mandate. With our new climate and nature plan, we focus on the following three things. First, the green transition. Second, the growing physical impact of climate change. And third, the risks from nature loss and degradation. We will study the impact on the economy and the financial system. This will help us improve our own models. We will also work to reduce our carbon footprint in everything we do, from banknotes to how we supervise banks.
Just another, it's really similar to what we see with the mayor doing, right? Another example of them using climate control as an excuse to control society.
Yeah, it's just such a poor, like, I mean, even if you believe in like the climate change narrative with like got reduced carbon and stuff, I think there's other issues there, like actual air pollution. I don't think carbon necessarily is a problem. Even if you believe that, I think it's very obvious for everyone to see that it's being used as like just a false excuse to do a bunch of technocratic, very draconian stuff. No matter where you stand on that. On
a global scale.
Yeah, on a global scale.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a tweet from Mr. OfrnXMR. He's pulling out another. We got another funding.
Oh yeah, we had him up today. Here. We did, maybe if he's still around, he could tell us about it.
Yeah, maybe I'll bring you up for a couple.
I know. This is controversial, right? There's some controversy here. So yeah, Ofrn, if you want to talk about it. Yeah, dude, there's so much controversy in Monerotopia these days. But sounds great in theory. He wants to kind of revamp basic swap, right? Take it up a notch, improve it. I think there's some controversy as to whether or not basic swap team is involved with him on this and why they wouldn't be. We know them. We've had them at Monerotopia. I've interviewed them many times. They're doing great work. So I just hope things work out in a way where they work together and use each other's resources as opposed to kind of like fork off and do their own thing.
Ofrn, you want to speak on this? I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes if you want to.
Oh, here he is.
Mention this your request here.
All right. Well, this isn't me pitching anything, but just to clarify.
Clarify.
So,
yes, please.
Yeah. So where people are wondering, like, is basic swap involved in this? Do they know any? Like, people are asking, do they even know about it? Because they haven't commented on it. Well, I've spoken to them in private plenty of times. I've been working with them for months. And for example, when Dr. Cap was on the show with you, Doug, when he was talking about the extra help they've been getting from the community and everything, I don't know why, but they didn't want to say my name. But maybe they don't enjoy the controversy, right? And yeah, that was me, of course. Mm-hmm. But one of the main issues with why they haven't commented on the CCS is because people, like, at first it got flooded by bots. There was like 20 new bot accounts that started commenting on the proposal, and then there was people, I don't know who, whether it was the bots or whatever, that were creating accounts in their names and impersonating them. So they've had to go back and they, they're developers. They're not interested in all of the drama. But yeah, they're I'm working with them on this, and they should be commenting on it shortly.
Okay. Yeah. I think that is really the controversy, though, right? People are concerned as to whether or not they're a part of this proposal.
Well, it's not really. The controversy is that there's people in Monero that would like me to stay out of Monero for reasons, and they have taken to contacting the developers of Basic Swap to try to tell the Basic Swap developers not to work with me. So it's a lot of nonsense. Or the Basic Swap developers aren't on board with that. They're not like, oh well, we're not working with you. They're more like, what does this do to our reputation if we publicly, you know what I mean? They don't want to say anything out loud without, you know, crossing their T's and dotting their I's first. So, but yeah, they'll comment before.
Could you describe, for people like listening in, describe what work you have done for Basic Swap? So people,
like if you look at if you run Basic Swap today, there's a good chance that either you were unable to install it or you used my installer to install it. And if you look at the order book, that was like that was my design. I'm the one that released that. Like in February when I first started working with them, me and Technovert had, you know, we got in DMs, we worked maybe 50 plus commits on fixing a lot of Monero stuff. And not just Monero stuff, but, you know, the whole exchange in general, because it's like I'm saying, before I came along, it wasn't even really installable. And now that I'm here, we actually have some users and it's actually usable, but it still has a lot of small issues that make it not really production ready. When I say not really production ready, I mean, like, you can use it, you can run it, and it works. Like, it's an atomic swap DEX where you can swap from Monero to Litecoin to Bitcoin to, like, it actually works. Like, it's the only solution I know of for atomic swapping to Litecoin, for example. But it has problems, right? And that's what I've been working with them on, is fixing a lot of the stuff behind the scenes.
I hope it works out. I mean, it sounds you know, it sounds like a great proposal. I hope you sense that Basic Swap will work it out with you. You get the sense that it'll move.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. And behind the scenes, yeah, we're on the same page. We're good. Okay. It's just a matter of the people that are in their DMs trying to tell them otherwise. They don't want to start getting attacked for saying yes in public.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
What I mean is when people started impersonating them, and then there was 20 different bot accounts flooding the proposal. They don't want that making its way over to them, right? They don't want that on their GitHub. They don't want that on in their socials. They don't, right? So it's like there's people acting like children, and they don't want to deal with it.
What is the drama with you though? Like, why is there this group of people that want to essentially kick you out of Monero?
Because a lot of these people are red-handed, have been caught with their pants down. And since I got banned from a couple of rooms, there's been people that have been trying to make sure that I can't come back so that they can keep scamming, essentially. Right? And that's the thing. A lot of people that are against me for issues like they used to get free lunch and they can't get it anymore. So
okay,
it is what it is.
I don't want to. Yeah. I don't want to go too deep in the drama, because then we need to let the other sides come on and say their piece. But why were you getting booted from the rooms? Were you just like the way you were?
Well, and if we want to talk about it seriously, initially I was working on the Monero meta issues, and one of the issues was the addressing of the matrix rooms. A lot of the rooms weren't properly federated. So the Haveno room, for example, was still on an old home server and had dead admin accounts. After fixing that, it took a couple days to fix it. I worked with the Monero social admin to fix it. ERC, I don't know how to pronounce the full version of it. He had started attacking. Yeah. He had started attacking Klausov and Luigi over the restart of CCS. Because what I did was I'm the one that wrote the merge list for the restart of CCS, and I put ERC on the list as somebody that should be backpaid. He didn't like that. He wanted to quit. So he quit his job and he banned me from the website room and the translations room, just because he didn't like me. And when another community member went to resolutions to say, hey, what can you get Ofren unbanned in those rooms? We have to fix those rooms, or that's currently what we're working on right now, is fixing the addressing of the rooms, and both of those rooms are not properly done. Then, XMR Scott decided that he wanted to start muting the contributors and anybody that wanted to stand up for me. And then him and SGP ended up banning me from every room. And anytime somebody, like, for example, Selsta asked XMR Scott to unban me in GUI, and Scott started lying, saying I was threatening community members' lives, and said that he refused to unban me. And everybody just kind of was like, whatever, let's just leave this alone. Including me. I was like, I'm not even worried about it, right? Like, if I would need to work with Selsta, I'll work with Selsta in private. I don't need to to deal with Scott's inferiority complex.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say, so you have here the proposal, OfrnXMR featuring basic swap, take over the world part 2. I gotta say that the post you did before, just the take over the world one, like I don't really know what you were trying to do there with that proposal, because it was like you were just saying you weren't specifically saying things that you were going to work on. This proposal is exciting. But
initially, I did.
I
have
think you were
stuff in
kind of
the old
shooting yourself in the foot with that a little bit. You know, like
not
everybody follows you and knows what's really going on. So when you put that impression out there, it was a bad impression. I think is a much better way of going about it, and you're showing like a real actionable thing you wanna do and achieve. But go ahead.
Well, the thing with the old proposal was, I told you some stuff in private that I'm not really allowed to talk about in public. But the thing with the old proposal was there was funding needed for certain things, and certain people knew what those certain things were, and a lot of those things were basically in the proposal. You know, there's a lot of work that I do behind the scenes, and a lot of that work has been being done for free for a long time. And that proposal was, if you even look at it right now, I still won that vote. so even though the proposal was written as like there was nothing in it, I still won that vote. And Luigi just didn't want to merge it. When there's been plenty of proposals. I'm not trying to play, oh well, that one was bad, so it should be okay. But there's been plenty of proposals that have been merged for the people that aren't even contributing, right? That people that are just, you know, doing stuff for themselves. But that proposal didn't go through, and it didn't go through simply because Luigi didn't want it to. If we based it off of votes and off of community sentiment, it would have gotten merged and would have been fine. But this proposal isn't like, has nothing to do with the last one. This one has more to do with the landscape and the ecosystem, because, you know, like with Haveno and Samurai and everybody else, basic swap is a working solution, and it's a working solution that has no fees. There's no target for law enforcement to come down on basic swap, because it's just atomic swaps. It's not, there's nobody making money off of it.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's not getting enough attention. So I think you're doing the right thing by.
But yeah, one of the main reasons it doesn't get enough attention, and where it's hard to even give it enough attention, is because it's an unfinished product. And the developers working on it, you know, they work hard, but like, you know, getting a guy to do 50 commits in a week for free is a little bit hard to justify. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to sit there and spend 10 hours a day with somebody, and I'm not making any money, they're not making any money, and we're supposed to go to a 9-to-5 job in the morning and somehow finish this before. You know what I mean? Like,
no, it's a worthy project, man, deserving of funding. And I just hope it works out with you and the basic swap guys, so you guys can collaborate and, you know, be on the same page.
That's what, like, as far as me and the basic swap guys go, you heard Dr. Cap. Yes. All like, he was all cheery and talking, like he's talking about me. We're on good terms. Whatever anybody wants to portray about do they even? Of course we talk all the time, like every day. So
awesome, man. So good luck. If it, you know, we'll see what happens from here. I guess they have to decide if they're going to merge it then.
Well, it's not. Well, first, somebody like Renee, like our Brunner, he wants to hear the basic swap guys speak publicly, right? So that's the main thing is, you know,
right, which is basically what I'm saying too. So
it's just some of the fun. They need to, they just need to not be afraid to say my name.
Nobody even wants to say your name, man. You're so toxic.
I know, right? Yep.
Shit, man. Well, you know, you're always welcome here. I mean,
all publicity is good publicity, and
exactly. You're the Trump of Monero.
Like I say, we have a lot more users now than we used to, right? Like, there's actual orders on the order book. There's actual people using it. Like, people are actually taking orders. Anybody can actually run it on their own. It's just, I wouldn't recommend like storing all of your money on it and walking away.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You don't need some bad actor strolling along and being like, "Hey, look."
Offer, man, let us keep going though, because we'll never get through this freaking news. Stick around if you can, and we you know we'll be talking with everybody.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks for mentioning that.
Cool.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me
Cheers,
up.
man. Cheers, of course.
All right.
This show, man, everything, everybody just comes on. It's like the freaking.
Well, it's good. Like I feel like the American community is it's just very like
it's beautiful,
kind of tight knit. Everyone likes to talk together and say stuff. We already covered this in great length. Don't need to go over this anymore.
Yeah, we thoroughly covered
this
that.
is funny. This is pretty funny. So Parallelny, I don't want to pronounce that wrong.
I know I can never pronounce it. Parallelly Paulus. Yeah.
Has a pretty funny banner at this moment that's got Michael Saylor as the daddy pig from Peppa Pig eating a Bitcoin cookie. And of course, you've got the beautiful Monero logo right down there. And somebody says that it's a scam logo on the door. And of course, Michael Saylor says that you might need a Monero if you want privacy himself, which is pretty hilarious.
Go ahead and play that clip. Play that clip, the Michael Saylor clip. I haven't heard that in a while. It's been that's awesome that they've left the Monero logo up there. I mean, that is
an off-chain solution, which might be centralized and might be decentralized, and maybe you need a Monero, you need something like that, and if so, the market will determine that. Let me tell you what I think. I think that there's a $50 trillion requirement to store your money in a way.
All right. You know, digital property. But you had it for 1 second, man. You're onto something, and then you fucking went back to your bullshit. All right.
In a sense, he's right though. Like Bitcoin probably, if it wasn't so like compliant and like non-private, it probably wouldn't be as the price where it is right now.
Yeah, it's fully integrated.
If that's what you care about, then like, what's the point?
It's completely defanged. It's completely defanged.
All right, so this page keeps breaking, and the scroll bar just keeps disappearing every time I load it. It's pretty obnoxious. But basically, Grey Dynamics, they are a private intelligence firm based out of London that does like research analytics, probably for like government contracting. And they released an article, "The Rise of Monero and Terrorist Financing." And based on what some people said, this article is incredibly flawed. But I suggest
you would think they would have done a better job. Like it's just not well written at all. It's like somebody just like spent an hour learning about Monero from scratch.
It's just like
spent an hour on it and then tried to write something about it.
Exactly.
Like, yeah. But hey, we know they have their eye on Monero. And they should. You know, terrorists also use the internet, though. I don't know if they're aware of that.
Dun dun dun, Cake Wallet, My Monero, Exodus.
Yeah.
These two aren't even that great. Feather Wallet, dun dun dun. Yeah. I would say more, but I didn't have time to read through this, so that'll be in the description if you guys want to look through this.
Yeah, it's really not even worth reading.
Yeah, it's
I'll
just
be
kind
honest
of
with you. If we could get I would reach out and try to get the guy who wrote it on the show. It'd be interesting to talk with them and kind of understand where they're coming from. I doubt they would come on, but
yeah.
I don't know. This imagery reminds me of the imagery that was put on the letters that was sent to all the people that
against you, right?
That donated to my campaign. Everybody that donated received a letter.
You're supporting ISIS if you vote for
imagery similar to this. Yeah, it was guys with machine guns in a pickup truck and a Monero logo and a picture of me. It was Doug Tooman supports Monero, and because of that, he essentially supports terrorism.
The pandering.
Freaking fucking nuts.
I mean, look, there's also Bitcoin, USDT. So like they were just like really pointing out Monero for some reason. Which Monero is the private one, but anyway.
This is why we got to get XMR Bazaar moving. We got to show the clear, the clear net use cases, that it's just about people using cash for anything. They want to buy their eggs with cash. Well, whatever it is, it's digital cash.
So this, of course, we showed in the guest segment. Haveno Rito is live. You can try that if you go to the Haveno Rito repository.
We thoroughly covered that.
Yep, we did cover that. And oh great. Conveniently, thank you, Schmidt. He briefly talks about this article. This article is by Kevin Hendricks, which attempts to link Monero to terrorism is fundamentally flawed and misleading. Here is why. The assertion that Monero is predominantly used for terrorist financing is an exaggeration without substantial evidence. Terrorist groups have historically relied far more on fiat money systems. Financial privacy is a fundamental right akin to free speech and personal liberty. It is essential for the following reasons: protection from oppressive governments, defense against corporate surveillance, prevention of identity theft, and economic freedom. 3. It is crucial to note that any financial system, including fiat money banking, Bitcoin, etc., can be misused for illicit purposes. Singling out Monero is a scapegoat tactic that ignores the broader context of the financial misuse. Well put. Kind of encapsulates, I think, the majority of our thoughts.
Yeah, very well said.
Very well said. Post.
Yeah. Well done, Schmidt.
Awesome. And last,
that sums it up.
A few Cake Wallet updates. Hardware support was added in version 4.16. Right now, it's only for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon, but it'll be added for Monero in probably the next release. So that'll be great. We're actually having to... Vic had to reach out to the Ledger team because the Monero Ledger app that goes on the Ledger device itself doesn't support Bluetooth, but all the others does. So that means iPhone users wouldn't be able to use Ledger with Monero on Cake Wallet because you have to use Bluetooth on iOS. So Vic went out of its way to contact the Ledger team, and he's making them add a Bluetooth to Monero so that iPhone users can use Ledger. And for all the concerns about Ledger, Ledger, they don't look like the best company. They have their service that shares a part of the seed. You don't have to use that, of course. The reason we Ledger was just what we started with. Ledger was an easy one to get started with. We're obviously going to add support for other ones like Trezor. We're going to add offline signing at some point. Ledger isn't like the only one that's going to be had. So if you're not interested in using or buying a Ledger, then don't worry. Support for other hardware will be coming in the near future.
Sweet. Very exciting. Let me bring up XMR Bazaar too. Actually, have you been following the chat? We're there, man. We are ready to launch.
I've been seeing a little bit of it.
It's looking really good. It's got all the bells and whistles. It's ready to rock and roll. Actually, he moved it over to the 1984 hosting, and it's now live on XMRbazaar.com. It's just password protected. But if anybody wants to be an early adopter, an early user, but we'll keep it closed for now. I'm going to keep it password protected. But if you want to come in and join, not for testing purposes, but to actually start using, create real accounts, create real profiles. Obviously, you don't have to identify yourself, but I'm saying don't just.
Fiat device is selling a pizza. That's amazing.
Well, these are not real postings yet. This is the this is the one on the BT Dev server. This isn't the XMR, but we're gonna delete all the old postings, all the test postings, and we will start opening up to real users. So if you want to join, I'll put a link to the chat. Or if
I suppose you could sell livestock on it, Mr. Percy. You very well could if you wanted to.
Yeah, any goods, any services you could sell directly for Monero. There's multi-sig built into it. And so if you want to help grow XMR Bazaar, you want to see this like actually work, participate. Everybody should be participating in this. So I'm gonna throw the link out there to the chat. So if you want to participate, we'll put the you can join that chat room on Matrix, and that's where I'll put the password so you can get into the password protected site, xmrbazaar.com. And then I encourage you to create real accounts. I'm not saying you have to, KYC yourself, but don't make it a throwaway account. Actually, use the profile, list the things that you're interested in selling. I want people to start thinking about it as something they should be participating in, even if they're not ready to sell or provide or buy something at that moment, but just start kind of building up the network of people that would consider buying or selling goods for Monero. And I think that's how we can slowly grow it. So
to be clear, this is for shipping stuff, local transactions, digital items, pretty much anything.
Exactly. We have it broken down into spending Monero or earning Monero. So spending Monero is where you go to see all the things you can buy with Monero. earning Monero, is ways in which you can earn Monero. For example, somebody may have a job posting that you could provide services for, whatever it may be. Yeah, and it's not just it's for local things as well, right? It could be come paint my house for $5,000 in Monero. I mean, I'm just going to start putting up a lot of different listings and listing types that will sit there, and maybe one day somebody will come on and fulfill them. But things that I'd be willing to pay Monero for, goods and services, and start to see who will arise as being willing to fulfill those posts. But that's all I got for now. I'll put the link in the chat. I'll put the link to the chat room, the Matrix chat room. And yeah, I guess we could open it up to viewers on stage. We're at 3.5 hours in.
We're gonna do it.
Almost 1,000 live, 1,000 live viewers according to our numbers here, saying almost 900 live viewers on X. As we know, it's just because it's a long show, right? The numbers keep going.
Twitter number. Yep.
Yeah, I love that Twitter number.
We can just pretend it's real.
But yeah, let's run viewers on stage, I guess. If it's just same of the old, we'll end it. But because we kind of already had viewers on stage, we had everybody up here bashing the Dero guy. I think we were quite reasonable, though. I mean, like, Bawdy did a great job of just kind of letting him make an argument, but Bawdy just kind of shut him down with logic. But there was no ad hominems coming from our end. So very well done with that. I think it was a good discussion. So yeah, go ahead, run viewers on stage. Let's see if anybody wants to jump up.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, I'm just going to pull everyone up. Backstage right now.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Today was fun.
Yeah, you really went at them.
Yeah, I prepared because they are like incompetent guys.
Yeah, that guy's kind of delusional.
Yeah, I'd always heard like the claim, like you mentioned about I've always heard from people that the claim of full homomorphic encryption was just like total marketing and never really true.
Well,
I have no problem with those guys, but yeah, the thing is, actually, you should have a good product, not a shitty product.
I had one more comment to make about basic swap, and that was last week. We pushed another major release, and it was the 0.13. If you were running an earlier release, but that order book is incompatible with the new one. So you do.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mention that during the news. I meant to.
No, it's all right. I
would
forgot.
You be interested? Maybe while we have you here, maybe next week you could give a demo on using basic swap.
Possibly. Next week is the CCS meeting, so it depends on how that. Yeah. But yeah, no, I might be able to come up because I'm still banned. I'm not even allowed to really attend my own meeting, which is fine by me.
Slave blocker. Got the camera going today. Look at this. Look at this guy. Coming out. What's up, man?
How's it going?
What's up?
Tell us something.
You don't see the phone. I don't have anything to say. Lots of stress, it appears.
So can I talk a little bit more about Haveno? There was a couple of things that didn't get addressed that I think need to be addressed.
Go ahead and mute.
Yeah, go ahead. Shortwave.
So the one big thing that you can do to help Haveno right now, if you're willing to deal with some minor UI issues and some growing pains with the network, is just to start going on there and providing liquidity. There's only 16, 17 offers last time I checked. We need more liquidity. We need more people making offers to buy and sell. That's going to help a lot. The networks thing. So there were two networks. One was just released as kind of a playing around and whatever. It was called Hardened Steel, and it had a 3% basically trading fee, and people didn't like that. They thought it was too high. So they kind of abandoned it for Ritu. The thing with these different networks is that if one gets taken down, then others will stay up with their arbitrators and things like that. And so what they want to do is they want to eventually, I think the client will be made in such a way that it will aggregate order books from the different networks and show all of them to the user in one interface. And then when you click on an offer, so you click on an offer that's available, and it will say, oh, it comes from the Alice network, or it comes from the Bob network, or it comes from the Ritu network, or it comes from the whatever network. And the arbitrators of this network are these addresses or whatever. So it'll tell you like the arbitrator, like who the arbitrators are going to be. And you can decide, okay, I don't like those arbitrators or that network, so I'm not going to use that one. I'm going to find a different offer. So the idea is to have multiple networks eventually that can be stitched together, so there's not just one. Kind of like how darknet markets get taken down. You've got like you've got like the different White House market and different things like that. They're all centralized and they can be taken down. But with Haveno, the order books are going to be distributed, and all this runs over Tor. So even if one network does get taken down, the others will still be available. There aren't any other networks right now, but eventually I think there will be.
Okay.
But yeah, providing liquidity is the best thing you can do right now. Go in, create an offer to buy, create an offer to sell, bring that order book volume up. That's the biggest thing you can do right now.
I agree. And if there is, most people right now are used to centralized exchanges. They want Monero, they go on a centralized exchange, they go on a website, right? This is the normal behavior. There's also a change of behavior here that's involved. If you want to decentralize that, you need to install something on your laptop and then you use it. It's not natural for most people, So making this normal, I think, is also a big part of the issue here. People need to have this new habit of having this new decentralization. I mean, and so even on the side of Bitcoin, not just Monero, there's also this habit of using centralized exchanges a lot. And definitely check it out. Yeah, it's the future, I think.
Another thing is that at least currently there aren't some payment methods that a lot of people like. So I've heard of people abusing the cash by mail feature the pay by mail feature in order to list other payment methods. That's not ideal, obviously, but I think other payment methods will be added. Because, like, for example, PayPal is not an option. And a lot of people want PayPal. So I think it will be an option in the future, but it's not right now. So people are abusing pay by mail to do it.
Let's see. Yeah.
So if you see a listing for like 10% over market price for a pay by mail transaction, it's likely not actually pay by mail. It's more likely to be one of those services.
Do they explicitly say that it's like with PayPal, or is it just kind of a given?
There's an additional information thing in each trade. So you can say, like, if you wanted to do, say, PayPal, you could put in your PayPal username or whatever so like PayPal colon space and then your PayPal username, or Chime space and your Chime handle or whatever, so that people know that this is not actually a cash by mail listing. It is a listing for this other service that just doesn't happen to have a thing yet. Because normally cash by mail is 2 or 3%. And so some people might go on there and see, oh, there's 10% cash by mail. Why would I take that when I can do this 3%? It's probably not actually cash by mail.
Mm-hmm. So why isn't because all these payment methods that are external, I mean, nothing's actually tied into Haveno with that. It just happens externally. Like, why isn't PayPal already? Because it's just a listing option they have to add, right?
Yeah, it's just a listing option that needs to be added, I think. Bisq did not have PayPal. And the reason that they didn't have it is because it's harder. It's more work for the arbitrators. And so there might very well, the Ritu network might very well decide we don't want PayPal either, or Chime or Cash App or whatever. And and somebody else might start a separate network and be like, okay, we are willing to take those payment options and add them. So
I know historically PayPal is incredibly biased on the buyer and will super easy to reverse, and like they'll almost always side with the buyer for anything.
and that's a risk that sellers have to take. But PayPal was one of the really popular methods on local Monero, and it just doesn't exist on Haveno yet.
Yep, makes sense.
So like you've got to meet people where they're at.
The shortwave surfer. Can you talk about your comments about the gossip protocol? Means to make sure to decentralize the order book even more, because currently it's like a messed up like situation. Like we have like a federated like darknet models, but we actually know that in future it will not last for long. So yeah, we need better solution also.
So yes, what I2P is referring to there is somebody posted an issue on the Haveno GitHub about federation and how to decentralize the order book. And so I basically commented and said, I see two methods. One is the federation method, where your node, you load up Haveno client and you connect to one Tor hidden service, and that Tor hidden service gives you the order books for all the networks together. It just provides you with a list. Here's this order on Bob's network. Here's this order on Alice's. Huh? Did somebody say something?
Sorry, that was me. Keep going.
Oh, okay. So that's the federated model. And the one problem that I see with that, and what I addressed, is that yes, it lowers the bandwidth requirements over the Tor network, but it also introduces some sort of centralization where if that aggregator of order books is taken offline or is DDoS'd and taken down for hours at a time, you might not be able to access the network. So that's what I see as a problem there. With this gossip approach, I'm thinking more like Nostr, where in Nostr you post to multiple different relays at once. So in this case, instead of posting to multiple different relays at once or multiple different networks at once, you would connect to multiple networks at once. So what would happen is that while it would take more bandwidth, you would connect to the seed nodes for Alice network. You would connect to the seed nodes for Bob network. You would connect to the seed nodes for Ritu network. And you would ask, hey, give me all your orders. Hey, give me all your orders. Hey, give me all your orders. And so then your client would simply aggregate those into an order book and show all of them. And as I said, when you clicked on a specific thing, I like this US dollar offer, so I'm going to click it, and it would tell me, oh, this comes from the Alice network. Here are the arbitrators. Here's the payment method. Here's the description that was given by the person offering it. Things like that. That's what the gossip versus federation approach is talking about.
Yeah, I think Elias wanted to say something. Before that, I just wanted to comment. Yeah, I think the gossip protocol, I think looks fine. But I think for the future, after we implemented the gossip protocol, there are some downsides to that. But after that, I think we have to look for more robust solution. What do you say, shortwave surfer?
I don't necessarily see why. As I said, with connecting to multiple different networks, you're not relying on one central entity. So even if one network is DDoS'd or something like that, you can still connect to the other networks. So I don't necessarily see what would be done after implementing something like that. But that's just me. I'm just a regular person.
Yeah, we have to find a solution. Okay, Elias wanted to say something.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
We got you.
All right.
Yep.
Great. Can you even see me?
Yes.
We see you.
All right.
Yep.
Hi. Okay. So the issue that I would like to talk about is about scaling and about how to handle a big transaction rate. And this is I started thinking about this more after the interview with Aaron Day that was a few weeks ago on Monero Talk, where he was on about that this CBDCs are coming quickly, and who knows, maybe real soon we're going to have to onboard everybody in the world, and we can't do that. Now, the sort of short-term answer to this is that there's dynamic block size, right? But that doesn't solve everything. Now, do you agree with this so far?
Yes. Yeah, I think we agree.
Yeah, good. Okay, so then my thinking is like this: that first, I should say also that I wrote a paper about this. I worked with research and stuff earlier in my life, so I have sort of a tradition with that.
You want to pull it up to the screen share?
Yeah, let's try. Let's see if it works. Present.
The amount of information that's being dropped on this show today is just insane.
Every show is bigger than the last, man. Every single show is just more epic than the last.
It's just coming in
Alaska
from all
Anon,
directions.
you need to get on Haveno and offer gold backs for Monero, because I think that would work out extremely well for you. Because I think gold backs is actually a payment method.
That's beautiful.
That's a great idea. Yeah, maybe I'll do that for the first time in the history of my life ever. It will be the very first time I've ever done something like that. Wink, wink.
Now you see this paper?
Yes.
All right. So this is on this archive webpage. It came up there a few days ago. No, that doesn't mean it's reviewed in any way. It's just an archive thing. But anyway, so I'm hoping for your review here. Okay. So I called it a ticket-based multi-strand method. Now this goes back to just the basics of how a blockchain works. And now my thinking here is that I'm not talking about the privacy features now. I'm talking about the basic stuff with the blocks. And that is, as far as I understand it, the same for Bitcoin and Monero and also some others. So the basic idea is that each block, it refers to the previous block. It includes a hash of that. Now, this picture that I'm showing here, it's almost identical as in the original Satoshi paper, right? I just made a version of that. So this is how it usually works. And there's a rule for how difficult it is to mine a new block. So therefore, that takes a certain time. And for Monero, it's around 2 minutes on average. So it means we can only add a block every 2 minutes. And this makes it limits how many transactions we can do. Now, the sort of obvious idea that you can have first is how to make it better. I mean, how to handle more transactions. That would be to just parallelize. So have a number of parallel chains instead. If those chains are completely separate and not interrelated at all, then it's obvious that it's going to work, right? To improve the transaction rate. The problem with that is that then the miners would also be split up, so you reduce the security also, right? Someone could attack one of the chains, and we no longer have the strong protection. So there's, I had an idea for how to solve that, and that's what I call a ticket-based multi-strand blockchain. So then I made this other picture here. So the idea then is that we have parallel chains. You can choose any number you want, and the improvement in transaction rate is going to be just like the number of chains you chose. So if you choose to have 4 chains, then you get 4 times as many blocks. Well, you can get 4 blocks every 2 minutes instead of 1 block every 2 minutes, right? You could also have 1,000 chains, and then you get 1,000 times the transaction rate. So the trick that I came up with here to manage this is to each chain works as normal, except that you include what I call a ticket in each block. So each block is required to include a ticket, and the miner, before mining on a new block, the miner has to create a ticket, and that also requires a proof of work. So the miner works to get a ticket, and the ticket, once you have the ticket, then you look at the final few bits of the ticket, and that's a number that will tell you which chain am I allowed to mine. So the miner cannot choose at will which chain to mine on. They have to do this procedure via the ticket creation, and then they can mine on a chain. And this means that you get the whole, all the miners together are protecting all the chains, and nobody can choose to attack one of the chains. So this is, this is the main idea that I had. And now I'd like to hear if you understood anything about what I said.
Wow. Who's qualified here to give a cogent response?
It's great fundamentals for something like this. And then, another thing too is it would increase the multiple of any adjustments to the time on the block as well. So if you 4x the number of chains and then you reduce your time by, let's say, 10 seconds, well, you get a lot more out of those 10 seconds than you would otherwise. It's an interesting tool in the tool belt for what would be available. That's for sure. It's a very interesting idea. And then the other thing is you're adding a level of difficulty to even getting into mining any chain in the first place. So you might even be able to enhance security at that level.
Sorry, Elias, do you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Hello. How do you divide the proof of work? Let's say you have n chains instead of just one. How do you divide the proof of work between the tickets? Is it
so the
uniform, or let's say you have 2 gigahashes on Monero. This week it rose by 200 megahashes. Kudos to us. Yes. So I didn't really get it. So what does the ticket have to do with mining the next block in the ith chain?
I gotta say, slave blocker, man, you are looking epic today, my man.
Thanks.
That is some badass background you got
what
going.
What a Monero Chad.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Right,
Sure,
wow, look at
this.
Let me answer that.
It's with the lag. I cannot see what I'm showing. It's incredible. Okay.
No, so
come get me.
I think
motherfuckers. Okay, thanks. Sorry. Yes, I'm listening. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, it would work like this. So if let's say you are a miner, okay. Now in the regular case with only one chain, what you do is that you prepare your block, and then you start to work on the proof of work. This number that has to be included, and you want to get a certain number of 0 bits. At least that was the way that it was in the original.
But it
paper.
works with RandomX, or I haven't studied RandomX, but it works with RandomX, or what?
I've just
That's not
assumed that
important, but the general concept is, how is the ticket bound to the ith chain? That's what I don't understand.
Yes. So now suppose you're a miner and you want to mine here on this this multi-stranded chain. Then the first thing you need to do is to create a ticket. And when you're going to create a ticket, what you do is that you first prepare a structure for data inside the ticket, and that's going to be defined as the hash of the last block from all the chains. So you have an image of what the chains look like right now, and you take the hash of the last block from each, put that in a data structure, and then you add also this nonce value. That's a number that you pick, and you create the hash of the whole thing, of the whole ticket, and then you have to try that many times. You change the nonce, and you try that many times until you find a number of 0 bits that are required. So this is, as usual, it would be adapted in the normal way to find the right level of difficulty there. But the thing is that then, when you have found a ticket that has the required number of zeros in the beginning of the hash, then you look also at the other end of the hash, the last few bits of the hash. So let's say that we have 4 chains. Then you look at the last 2 bits of the chain. Or if we have 256
okay, so I get you.
chains.
So this is an additional proof of work on top of whatever you are mining it.
Yes, so you do that proof of work first to get the ticket. And then you say, okay, now I have a ticket and I know that I'm allowed to mine on chain number 7, for example.
Okay.
And then you do as normal. So you look at the data in that chain and you prepare a block for that. And then you do the proof of work, the normal one, to prepare the final block. So it's like 2 phases now. It's first create the ticket that tells you which chain you mine on, and then create the block. And each of these has to be, well, it's easiest to think of it if they are similar amount of work for both. At least both of them should be a significant amount of work. It's a proof of work thing that happens for both those parts.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm not really today at the level to argue about that or not.
So I should mention also the sort of main drawback of doing this.
What is the problem it is solving? But because from a high level, it appears to be not a solution in search of a problem, I guess. Because if you want to do it the most simple way possible, you just keep with things as they are now.
But it would theoretically solve scaling problems, though. Is the idea?
No, because there is just one timeline. So if there is just one timeline, the atomic clock is just working on, regardless if it's the ith block at the jth position put after in chronological terms. In canonical aspect, it's all the same. So I don't know how this is improving the transaction throughput in any way. But I don't want to, like, we are alpha males here, letting off some steam, and we should be also very excellent to each other, which is another aspect. There is no always being excellent to each other. We are alpha males, blowing off some steam here sometimes as well. And I'm just a hobbyist. I just want to contribute and be positive.
I was hoping to just throw out, like, I can definitely see scaling, but the first thing that I would point out is there's 2 potential security/anonymity vectors that, if you don't implement this properly, would be like glaring red flags, which would be, number 1, if you have different miners mining on different blockchains with unique tickets, you might be affecting the ability to privately mine Monero. But then the second thing that is kind of more concerning about the tokenomics of it is how the transactions are being merged for the purposes of being part of one crypto pool. So, I mean, maybe in theory, you could have like 4 Monero chains or 5 Monero chains that are all effectively considered to be identical. But unless they're being merged together or they're coming out of the same pool, then they are not, they are not the same chain, right? And then the other question is are all of the decoys spread across the different chains as well? Like, so the means by which it's implemented, I mean, the theory could definitely do what you're hoping it could do.
No,
as
the
far as I
basic
can.
question for the common listener is, Elias, with all due respect, what is the problem it's trying to solve? That's my curiosity about it on this Saturday. Thanks so much.
Okay, there's 2 different questions then, but if I take first the one about the transactions or the how and the decoys, how are they spread out and so on. Now the whole idea is very simple. So these are really separate chains, and as you just said, it's like having separate chains, and you would have if you follow this method, you will gain a lot of efficiency in terms of the transaction rate, but the price to pay for that is that you get separate chains. And so if you're a person holding Monero, then you will hold some Monero on that chain and some Monero on the other chain. And when you transact, you can only transact inside one of the chains. So perhaps you will, when you're going to pay something, it's going to have to be in the form of several transactions on a few of the chains, depending on which chains you happen to have.
So see, there already you have a sinking complexity. Let's say you have 10 chains. The user spins up Cake Wallet. how the hell with an ID on the output is going to sync on the ith chain, and that's already an added complexity to it.
Well, hold on now. The thing is that has been solved before effectively. I would refer you to the end of Luke Smith's talk at Monerotopia, where he pointed out, I think it's Nano. It's been a while, but I looked into it enough to satisfy my curiosity that it would in fact, and has in fact been working, where chains are being mined independently and are being re-merged with the core blocks.
Wrong.
And
Nano does not use proof of work as far as I know, so it doesn't discretely digitize time, so it's a shitcoin as far as I'm concerned under the aspect of
here's the thing though. It's whether you're doing that on proof of work or proof of stake or whatever, the point is, it is possible to re-merge chains on the same pool. And not only that, but it is possible to do it without affecting the security of the block. Now, whether or not it affects the privacy of the crypto is a whole nother question, right? But the point is if it's been solved before, it is technically possible to split and re-merge chains. That is it. Now, I don't know if it would necessarily work with this system. And unfortunately, I haven't learned enough about how these systems work to be able to give a definitive answer of how it might be done. But on the flip side, what I'm particularly concerned about, especially since the current pivot of how governments and regulatory agencies and vampires and lizard people are going after freedom, is I'm particularly worried about the miner being able to maintain their anonymity, especially if there's several different chains that can be targeted and looked at and so on. Like, if you're reducing the total pool, are you making it easier to reverse engineer who's doing what? You see what I mean? So let me give you an example. If your ticketing process, every time you get a ticket, you're reaching out to very specific locations, right? So I realize that Tor would probably already kind of manage this, but the thing is if you have from the same locations, or from the same location, one computer reaching out to the same 4 or same 6 chains, and it even though it's theoretically random, a pattern is emerging, could you then de-anonymize the fact that computer is mining Monero? You see what I'm saying? Because you're adding another unique type of data going over the internet to specific nodes, to specific computers, and so on.
No, you're missing the point. When they come in and they ask if you're mining Monero, you just show him this, yeah, and then it's solved,
I got hacked. I think somebody's been robo-mining Monero on my computer. I just figured it out when you got to this. Oh, look, the computer exploded. Be careful.
Okay, I wanted to ask another thing. Elias, compared to your proposal, how will you compare the trade-offs between something like drive chain or merge mining, like multiple L2s, like multiple layer 2 solutions, or merge mine or something like drive chain? How will you compare the trade-offs between your protocols and other proposals?
I think that compared to anything that could be called an L2 solution, this is not an L2 solution. This is a change at the layer 1.
Yeah, L2 as well as like drive chain or like something like a merge mining chain.
My final comment on this would be that the amount of forks that would happen upon mining the next block on the jth chain from the ith instance with the mth ticket is just increasing the the amount of forks. So it's just confusing. So that's, for what it's worth, that's what it smells to me.
What I would be particularly concerned about would be block propagation. We do a 2-minute propagation of blocks because that's about the lowest you can really get it without causing issues with delays in networks, in fiber lines, and in whatever getting across the world. So it needs about that time to propagate across the planet and be done properly. So I would be concerned that now you're increasing to the nth power, to the nth chains, how much propagation needs to go across. So instead of a block every 2 minutes, you're having to download the transaction data for 7 or 10 or 1,000, and you're increasing your bandwidth usage exponentially. And you would either need to increase the block time, or you would need to deal with a lot of orphan blocks.
But I'm not suggesting here to change the 2-minute time. So it's still 2 minutes per block. It's just that a larger number of blocks can be created within that time. And they can be created in parallel and still be valid. So you're right that it's going to, there will be more network traffic, but the assumption here behind all this is that we're assuming that we're in a situation where we actually need to increase the transaction rate to that level. I mean, there are that many transactions that need to be mined. And then, yeah, of course, it's going to have to go over the network, but I can't solve that, but I can solve the bottleneck that we have today. That means we cannot do, I'm talking about how do we do 1 billion transactions a day, right? Now today it's less than 1 million. But if you look at Visa and MasterCard, they do billions of transactions every day. So
why not just fork Monero? Because, and the reason I say that is because we don't have one world currency. We don't have just the US dollar or just the euro or just the yen. We have the euro that gets used in Europe. We have the US dollar that gets used in the US. We have the Japanese yen that gets used in Japan. We have the Chinese yuan that gets used in China primarily. So why not just fork Monero as many times as you need to, and then just have exchange rates between them as you need them?
Honestly, I would personally, if his ticket proposal could be fleshed out, I would say that is significantly more advantageous to the user than having multiple chains.
But it's
I mean, I realize it is still kind of multiple chains, but I'm just saying, like, if the ticket thesis, if ticketed chains could be fleshed out properly, I definitely see it, bro. I'm just saying, I see how this could be amazing. Like,
if I'm mining, how do I decide which one of the chains I'm mining?
No, that's entirely the point. That's entirely the point, though, bro. Is that you don't get to choose. Now, and that's great. The idea that you can't choose which chain you're mining, but that's also kind of the problem. And I see what you're getting at is, on the one hand, you don't want people to be able to choose, but you also don't want it to create a situation where hash rate budgeting is being done inefficiently. And then you also have to figure out what then disconnects the person from that chain and how. And like, I mean, there's definitely things to think about, but what I would point out is this. As far as conceptually speaking, okay, this is probably the most realistic, this is something that it's very realistic to be able to do without manipulating Monero's existing architecture very much. And it would have an immediate doubling or tripling or quadrupling of the throughput of Monero.
I think it's
right. I mean, it's
and to iterate upon the older shows that I spoken upon, Monero is going to scale, and it's going to scale even if we do one transaction every 6 months and the chain is halved, and we keep the layer blocks to ourselves. Doesn't matter if it scales like it has scaled until today, to the future, every 2 minutes. with tickets. However, it's going to scale, and that's it. And I think that's very interesting of the tickets. I haven't understood it.
Yeah, and like this is super cool. I'll be reading about this pretty much all night. Like this is super interesting to me for sure. And I mean, I'm not going to be one of those guys who's like, Elias, I want you to answer every possible concern about this right now, and if you can't, then it's shit, you know, like, which is the most horrible way to go about. And what I would say is since he's talked about it, I mean, I've already got like a whole bunch of different versions of the same idea in my head that could actually tackle other interesting problems about using Monero, right? Like but that's a conversation for another time, because I mean that this would be a 26-hour show.
Yeah, okay, Elias, can you just tell like a comparison between like your proposal as well as proposals such as drive chain, merge mining drive chain? Do you see any drawbacks between these two proposals?
Now, I have to admit that I don't know much about those things. I heard a little bit about the idea of merge mining, and I think that it's in some sense it's a little bit opposite to this, I think, because there you want to do the proof of work once, and then you get sort of to use it twice in two different ways. Isn't that what merge mining is?
As well, no, I get. First, I would like to point out the thing is this proposal, like ticketed chains, and the value to the network that it would create as so far as like throughput would actually, like, it's the downside, the perceivable downside is losing hash power, right? But I'd point out that merge mining would increase hash power, and the two of them could actually balance each other, right? So, and the other thing is people always talk about Monero doesn't have smart contracts. Then people like me are just screaming bloody murder about how it's a direct violation of the Unix principle and all of these other things. Like it would be the worst thing ever to do to your digital cache to make it do 900 trillion other things, right? You want it to just do the one thing and do it well. But the thing is these other ideas, I think DarkFi was one of them. It's so hard to keep them all together. But the idea that merge mining on top of Monero is a way to add to the hash power plus benefit from the hash power of the network, plus you can have a different project that has different functions and all this other stuff. Well, the thing is if the bandwidth and the throughput and all of that with Monero were solved by it, as an example, this ticketing chain idea, well, the thing is now merge mining just became, number one, more lucrative, and then number two, like the actual throughput of the base layer of the digital cache is exploding. And then you've also solved, if you're putting the two together, you've also solved the miner rewards problem. Right? Where I mean, you could be getting multiple coins on the same mining process while simultaneously having way more network traffic throughput. I mean, in theory, and it's not even that complicated, right? Like it could absolutely be figured out, right? Like the thing is this could actually be like kind of a huge boost to the scaling question.
So I'm just concerned about this. Say we have 26 chains. Just throwing a number out there. Just say we have 26 chains.
It has to be power of 2. Power of 2, please. 32.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Okay, so it has to be 32 chains. Okay, so say we have 32 chains. Right. So I'm a miner, and I want a ticket. So in order from what I understand of your proposal, I have to have all 32 blocks in my memory or in my on my device somewhere, either in memory or on the hard drive or on the SSD or something. I have to pull those 32 blocks from the previous mine, and I have to hash those, and that goes in the beginning part of my ticket. Now, That means if say each block is 1 megabyte, that means that in 2 minutes I have to download 320 megabytes worth of data, and I can't download 320 megabytes worth of data in 2 minutes. So when I would never get to mine anything, because I would never be able to get the downloads fast enough to get a ticket in order to mine the next block.
Yeah, I see your point.
Not to mention there's a unique identifier. You see what I mean? Like, but if somebody were to come up with a resolution to that particular problem, which I mean almost certainly could be done, and that was kind of what I was saying about it before, about the security and the usability at the miner level. And I'm glad that you broke it down more effectively technically.
Yeah, miner need their privacy.
No, if I could just answer the network bandwidth thing here, then what I would like to say about that is that the situation today with one chain is that there is a limitation that is not the network bandwidth. There is another bottleneck that is causing the limit on the transaction rate today. And perhaps this change, it will mean that we can handle larger numbers of transactions, larger rates, and we will instead be limited by the network. And that's better, I would argue, because more transactions. Then it's...
What is the limitation that you're talking about?
The limitation on how many transactions per minute or day.
Yeah, so the current limitation would be...
If it's not bandwidth, what is the limitation then?
Sorry?
It's transaction count. He's saying transaction count would be the current limitation, and you're just basically moving it.
If it's not bandwidth, what is the other bottleneck he's mentioning?
No, what he's saying is the current limitation right now is transactions. Like in theory, you could cap out your transactions indefinitely if there was enough network traffic for demand for the transactions. And what he's saying is, even if what we're saying, what Shortwave and I were just saying, was true, right? Even if that's true, you have increased the number of transactions and moved your bottleneck to the network, right? And so the end result is technically, and I'm pretty sure he's right, the end result is maybe you have created a problem with the network, but the reason that problem with the network never even emerges in the first place right now is because we're actually capped out by transactions, not by the network.
How many transactions can we feasibly do? So we've got one block every 2 minutes. Right now, each block is about 300 kilobytes. So I guess the question is how many transactions can we get to with our system the way it is this very second before we start running into issues with block propagation and orphan blocks due to bandwidth limitations? We know it's not 100,000. We know 100,000 is fine. We've seen that. We've done it. It's fine. What about 1 million? What about 2 million? What about 10 million? How many transactions can we get to before that 2-minute block time becomes a problem?
I wish I knew.
Now, I should say that what I've done here is sort of more of on principle. Just assuming there is a problem with this bottleneck and how could it be solved in principle.
Right. I'd like to see your proposal fleshed out a little bit more. I like the idea. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to bash the idea. I'm just sitting here thinking out loud. But I like what I hear so far. So please continue to.
Yeah, just remember, Elias, the Monero talk way is no matter how good your idea is, we are here to try to shred it into tiny little pieces, which I hope you appreciate
You should post your idea in the next Monerotopia with everyone. You should come with the next Monerotopia and post. It's an interesting idea.
Take this to the MRL. I'll bet they would have some interesting things to say about this, because we're just normal people, And the MRL are hardcore, like, research crazy people, like Luke.
MRL
I
is
think everyone
The
should
Monero
see this
Research
proposal.
Lab. If you post it in the Matrix room, the Monero Research Lab.
I gotta go, guys, but I just want to encourage you, Elias. Like this is totally worth exploring, and I hope that you will bring it to the MRL. And I'll even do more homework and see what I can come up with. But it really is a good idea, and I'm glad you brought it to our attention. But I gotta go.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Someone should post the Monero Research Lab Matrix channel in the chat.
Yeah, he could find it. He'll be able to find it. All right, guys. We're well over 4 hours at this point. Thanks for jumping on, man, Elias, and sharing your work. Greatly appreciate that. I hope you got some good feedback there. But like people are suggesting, maybe talking to the Monero Research Lab, you'll get even more detailed feedback. You're welcome to come down to Monerotopia as well, the conference, and that might be a great venue for you to share the idea in more detail and get more feedback. Maybe we could even get you to give a talk down there if that's something that you'd be passionate about doing. All right, guys, we do these shows every week, Saturday at 11 a.m. Let me just bring this up for a second before we close it out. Hold up. We got the Kuno for, where is it? Oh, here we go. For the enemies of the state. We're going down to the Libertarian National Convention. We're going down there next weekend. We're going to be there all day Friday, all day Saturday, and part of Sunday. It's the Libertarian National Convention. It's going to be a scene. It's where they technically pick their presidential candidate. But Trump is supposed to be showing up. He's going to be giving a speech. He's trying to cater to the libertarians. RFK Jr. will be showing up. He'll be giving a talk as well, I believe. Vivek Ramaswamy. So we'll be there as well. We'll be repping Monero. We're going to have a Monero table. We're putting Monero stickers in all the swag bag for all the attendees of the Libertarian National Convention. So they'll all get Monero stickers. Where is the sticker? I don't know. We don't have it posted. And then we're going to the enemies of the state after party. There's going to be, we'll have a large Monero banner set up there. There's supposed to be 700 people attending that. And I'll be actively trying to do Monero talks with people, trying to interview perhaps people in, Trump's, the Trump people or the Ramaswamy people. I don't know if I could get to the figures themselves. I will try to. Maybe Ramaswamy, I could get a mic on. That would be amazing. Get his take on Monero. But yes, support us if you'd like. Support the effort. We'll be giving away Monero. Should definitely mention that. So like we always do, we'll be giving away as much Monero as we essentially physically can. The bottleneck is onboarding people. So people kind of, line up and we talk to them. We get them to download Cake Wallet on the spot. It's a process. You got to teach people. But yeah, the reason we're doing this is because it's worked very well in the past, attending these libertarian events. And this one, it might be the biggest one yet. And I think it's at a perfect time where maybe we could get some of the ideas that we're so passionate about to kind of bleed more into the libertarian movement in general, and start getting some of these politicians talking about Monero in a positive way. I know ultimately many involved are cypherpunks and don't really care what the politicians think. But I personally think it's another battle worth fighting. So that's why we're headed over there. And if you'd like to support, you can donate to the Kuno and it will go towards that effort. All right, guys, I'm going to close it out unless anybody has any last words they need to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, Elias, you should be in the Matrix channel with the Monero guys.
Don't buy Monero and don't start mining Monero, because if you start mining Monero, I have to buy more CPUs. And I want to earn what I'm doing right now, so please don't do anything about Monero.
The average transaction counts.
Blocker just needs to show his guns.
The average transaction counts on Monero are increasing, which means we are getting adoption and we are headed in the right direction. Just come away from the show with that.
Very true. It's beautiful to see. I think we're seeing signs of adoption in all different ways. Even this show, it's showing over 1,000 live viewers that hit that watched on X. We're doing well, guys. We're doing well. We do these shows every week, Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. See you guys next week. Slave Blocker, man, you get the award this week, I think, for best dress, best background. Thanks for jumping on. I'm gonna close it out here. Hold up, let me find.
Slave Blocker's got to tip his hat for us.
All right, hold on.
Thank you, bro.
I can't even find the closeout video. All right, guys. Ciao.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.